Councillor Carlson, can you hear us?
I can now, thank you.
Good morning. I know you're thinking it's all 12:30 or 1:30. Good morning and welcome to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee for a short agenda that we have today. Why we're starting, that was truly a joke, I'm sorry. Yes. So starting at 9 a.m. and we're going to start with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell? Present. Councillor Carlson?
Present.
Councillor Croson?
Eyes here.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Councillor Palladino or Acting Mayor Palladino?
I'm here.
Deputy Mayor Dodick is not present. Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
And Mayor Higgin.
Present.
Thank you.
The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. I have a motion from Acting Mayor Palladino, adoption of the agenda. Be it resolved that the May 8th, 2025 agenda of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting be adopted as presented. Is there any changes, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I do have a couple changes to the agenda. I believe Council wishes to bring forward 7.1, Future Investment Incentive Program for discussion, and then 7.3, update on mechanism for improving how the city does fee for services to be the first two items of business this morning. As well, 7.1, Future Investment Incentives Program, and 5.3, Business Development Expansion and Retention Incentive Program are marked as presentations. They are now submissions.
All right, so with those changes, Acting Mayor Palladino? Oh, sorry, I do have a question from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So just a question with regards to 7.3 that's on our closed submission. I'm curious as to what information in this package is confidential and can't be made public, given that the presentation in there was a public presentation to another organization.
Thank you, members of, I'm trying to remember where I am, Economic SPC. So in that regard, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, I believe it was the discussion on debrief and some of the notes that that were part of the discussion is one of the reasons we were bringing this forward. So there could be some other advice and discussion points on the questions that were brought up by those individuals at that. So that might be the reason to provide it in closed session.
Okay, then I'd like to request that we provide a more accurate title for this in-camera item. It's currently listed as update on mechanism for improving how the city fee-for-service. That's what it's currently listed as, how we're working on those fee-for-service agreements. But I actually think that a more accurate title for this might be an update on the EDL and Tourism Lethbridge review.
Yes, we could do that. In one thing in the brackets there, so the reason for the title is because of the council resolution that asked us to use that title in public, whereas in the brackets it's saying the EDL fee-for-service CBA review, instead of using what the resolution in October of last year required, which was the mechanisms for improving how city does fee-for-service agreements. But we could definitely do that.
Yeah, if we could have that reflected, because I got several phone calls with regards to this item from fee-for-service organizations concerned that something was going on that they had not been advised for. So if we could at least have that added onto there, that it's an update of what's going on with EDL and Tourism Lethbridge. And then I would suggest that after we have the discussion, that presentation be made public, because it's already been presented to the public.
And is that, I guess if there's anything, the questions that happen, my question would be to Mr. Matthews, unless there is something that, of course, is to still remain enclosed, if there's something. So other than that, anything else can come to public, correct?
That is correct. I would agree with Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. The presentation itself, I think, based on that was provided in that setting, probably be fine on that. I just think that the discussion of some of the debrief and other questions that we would have there would just need to remain in closed.
Perfect. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Acting Mayor Acting Mayor Palladino.
We'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And I have a resolution from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel. Consent agenda be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting held on April 10th, 2025, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the same. And number 2, receive for information the status of directed resolutions for May 8th, 2025. Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And I did have one question for the city clerk. I got a question from a member of the public after he happened to review the minutes from our last meeting. And his question was why our minutes don't reflect the events as to how they happen. So we had the closed session that happened earlier in the morning at that last meeting, but it was showing as later on in those agenda minutes. So how do we explain that to the public, those orders and how they go forward?
Thank you for the question. It's actually a really good question. So there's 2 ways that minutes can be done. They can be done as events happen, or they can be done in the order of the agenda. We choose to do them in the order of the agenda, so it reflects the agenda at the same time. So the items are the same numbers. So we put times in items as they happen. Like when closed happens, if it happens later in the day, we will say it happened at 9 a.m. and they came out at 10:30 or something, but we put it by the items of the closed items.
Okay, and we're not violating any of our procedure bylaw policies by
we're
doing
not.
that.
If council would like us.
All right, I do now have a resolution from Councillor Parker. Enter closed session. Be resolved that we do enter a closed meeting at 9:13 a.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 7.1 and 7.3 as per sections 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, 25, harmful to economic interests of a third party, and 26, testing procedures, tests, and audits of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Parker?
Question.
Question been called. All in favor? All right. All right, we'll continue on with the agenda, and we do have a presentation 5.1. If it's okay with my colleagues, we would take 6.1 and 6.2 and move them forward and deal with those two first, and then go into the presentation, if that's all right. So we'll start with 6.1, and that is a request for waiver of property tax penalties. And I have a resolution from Councillor Parker, request for waiver of property tax penalties. I'll read the resolution first, and then if there's any questions, be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council deny the tax cancellation request of 2024 penalties in the amount of $718.10, which include $353.31 for 54 Coalbanks Gate West, roll number 201-360054-0001, and $364.79 for 91 Northlander Way West, roll number 204-960-091-0001 under Section 347(1) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, Chapter M26 of the MGA. Questions, Councillor Middleton-Hope?
Thank you. A question to the city manager and to Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, in the what the heck? Where is he? There he is. Perfect. Mr. Matthews. In the package we have before us, you do not, it appears, you do not agree with providing the property owner with any type of relief in regards to the late payment of property taxes. Can I ask why?
Thank you, Councillor Milton Hope. Sorry, I was running back. Get back here. Yes, that is true. This is in regards to, it would set a precedence with a number of other tax pieces if we were doing this. So from standard procedure, we wouldn't recommend doing this.
Okay. I think I also gleaned from the material that the property owner was 1 day late. Is that correct in paying his taxes? And is there an opportunity to be flexible in terms of a reduced penalty? And what might that do if we set a precedent doing that?
You are correct. It's in the time periods of 1 day late, and the penalties within the bylaws and so forth. So that would require, that would open up a number of different aspects for us that would make it very difficult with other people that had paid those same penalties that were late, and would also set a precedence for the future.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Councillor Parker?
Pretty much said my debate and my logic and discussion behind it, so I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And 6.2, I have another resolution from Councillor Parker, Lethbridge District Exhibition Monthly Financial Reporting. Be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee receive for information the Lethbridge District Exhibition Monthly Financial Operating Report for the month ending February 2025. Questions? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager. We get these monthly financial reports, but Exhibition Park used to do an AGM on these. So one of the questions I've gotten out of the community is Exhibition Park doing an AGM, or where's the AGM at this year? Or just to help the community understand why we may not have had an AGM.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I see Mr. Gallucci has timely walked into the area here. I might get him to pop up and provide the answer to that question. I'll help him out there a little bit because I think he may not have heard it. Mr. Gallucci, in regards to the recent AGM before the Lethbridge District Exhibition, maybe just giving a little bit about when it occurred and those components.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. The AGM was held in February of 2025. Our year end is typically October 31st, so it gives us enough time to complete a series of audits and get everything in place so that we can meet the province's deadline of having everything submitted to them as an ag society by the end of February. Okay. So Our next AGM will be next February 2026.
Okay, so it might be that people just missed the AGM advertising in the public.
Yeah, well, there is only only shareholders are invited.
Okay,
And
so
there-
it could, then that's the explanation, is they wouldn't be able to attend because it's not public?
Correct. It would only be the city of Lethbridge, which is the single shareholder, and that's represented by the city manager.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Galucci, for coming before us today. It would appear that we have now reduced the deficit on a monthly basis down to $218,331. Is that accurate?
That would be correct for the month of February.
Okay.
It will vary, though. We're going to head into the third quarter here, well, once March is done, but as we head into May, June, July, that is usually our toughest time of the year. We do have bookings in there, and we hope to keep it reduced, but I think you'll see it climb in those time periods and then back down towards as we get through August, in the fourth quarter of August through October, because we have numerous events during that time. We also incur a lot of costs right now in April, May, in preparation for Whoop Up Days, rodeo, the Canada Day, all those other things. So.
Can I characterize it that you are confident that we're headed in the right direction?
Yes. Yeah, I feel very confident we are heading in the right direction. We're inching our way, but it's in the right direction. Good,
Thank you. Question to the city manager then. Mr. City Manager, we've had discussions in this chamber in regards to the reporting by Lethbridge and District Exhibition, whether it's on a monthly basis and continues so, or whether we go to a bi-monthly, that's every 2 months, or quarterly. Are you still of the position that we could move to a less frequent reporting schedule?
Through the chair, I believe that decision was made, I can't remember what previous meeting it was, to maintain the monthly reporting. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Apologies, can you repeat?
The monthly reporting for LDE, I believe that decision was made at a previous meeting. I can't remember which meeting to maintain that.
That's correct. Administration had put forth go bi-monthly,
Or quarterly.
quarterly, sorry, and then I believe that wasn't accepted.
Right.
So it's back to monthly.
So when does that come back up for review? Are we just doing it in perpetuity, that we're going to do it for every month?
That's, I don't have any date for further review unless there's interest from council to revisit that.
Well, I have interest, that's why I brought it up. So we would need to bring that forward to council as a motion, Madam Clerk? Yeah.
That's correct. You could do that now, but you do need 2/3. It's a rescindment. You should really give a meeting's notice.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Galucci.
Yeah, notice of motion would be great for that, and then you know that it's coming, it would be great. All right. Oh, sorry, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, just one piece of further information just on the annual AGM component. Back in March, Economic SBC, for anybody that in the community that want to see that the annual report for that last period that would have been at that AGM came forward. So that all that information is here within the packages of city.
Thank you. And to my colleagues, I need to ask your forgiveness here. We're in SBC, and I'm blending them with council meeting, and I know that we had an item that came forward just before this on the tax cancellation. I did not ask if anybody in the gallery would like to speak to it, and I believe there was someone that could speak to it. I'm going to ask if my colleagues, if that is okay, because I did not do that, my fault. So I am sorry. So if we can go back to that, how would we do that, Madam City Clerk?
You should probably withdraw the vote and then hear from the public. Maybe see if anybody is here from the public.
Okay. Can I have a motion to just revoke that vote? Thank you, Councillor Carlson. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. One opposed? One opposed. Okay. All right. So with that, my apologies, and I'm not sure as I look if the gentleman is here. Thank you very much. If you please come forward, state your name, and Madam City Clerk, we'll go back to 6.2 after, is that, because we did not vote on that. I'm sorry, I'm really,
Yeah, so we are postponing 6.2
until 6.1.
until after
we do. Thank you.
6.1, which would take precedence.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for being here, sir, and my apologies as I did not ask if there's anyone to speak, so please state your name and for the record, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, and thank you, councillors. My name is Obaid Khan, and yeah, I'm the resident of 54 Colbanks Gate West, and I do have another property in the city of Lethbridge as well. And here I am regarding the request for the waiver of the penalties, and I have presented my case in terms of the explanation that I did provide. My only take is that when the property tax came in the mail, typically it's at the end of June and every year. Last year, Friday fell on 28th, and instead of end of June, it was supposed to be the last business day of the month, and that was Friday 28th. When I realized it was too late. I went into the bank and cleared my dues on 29th, which I do have all the information and all the documentation to it. My only take is that if for being 1 day late on $9,000, if I'm actually getting a $700 penalty, that's like 2,500% interest rate on being 1 day late. That, to me, I feel that's excessively punitive, and I'm not a multi-million-dollar business franchise who would be just saying, yeah, you know what, that's $700 being late. That's a family of 6. That's $700 for a month of groceries for us. So again, I see that the questions were asked by a couple of councillors as well as to why cannot it not be relaxed or waived off. I do very much appreciate that, but I wanted to kind of present my case as being a person who has been a resident of city for last 15 years, who have paid his dues and taxes every single time without fail, without being late, all my utility bills without being late, without fail. It's just one oversight that happened, and I feel that it's excessively punitive if I was to be paying $700. But if that's what the decision of the council is, I'm absolutely okay with that, but I still wanted to kind of come in and present myself and present my case. Again, I'll leave the decision for the council and for you, Honorable Mayor, but I feel that if there is a relaxation, again, I'm not saying that it cannot be 10, 15, 20, $100. But yeah, I'm absolutely late. It is not that I just willingly ignored it and said, I'll pay it when I'll pay it. No, it was an oversight, an honest mistake, and I'm like, I'll come and present it, and if something comes out of it, well and good. If nothing, yeah, you know what, we'll work something out to manage our own finances and see how it goes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My apologies again for not reaching out before. Question for Mr. Matthews. What you heard here, what is the information? Do we put information out being the last day of the month? And if it is not the last day of the month, the last business day of the month, is that communicated out to the residents?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Yes, we do. We do I would say an extensive advertising campaign and information that comes out on the due dates of when things are done. It's been quite a while since June 30th has been the actual day any longer of it in the here. I'm not. Anyways, regardless, yes, we do. The other thing as well, too, we also have options and information for individuals that they can sign up for TIP and waive the penalties, and that deadline was passed as well, and so forth. So, i.e., not to pay the penalties if you signed up by a certain period of time on TIP, you would actually be able to waive that even if you made that error along the journey.
Councillor Carlson?
Hey, pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you to Mr. Matthews, if I can. What would the penalty have been on June 29th? Because we know what it is now, but it's...
And Ms. Oh, she's going to come and tell me. So thank you, members of council, or members of Economic SBC, and to Councillor Carlson. So in regards to that, at the tight, it's a 7% penalty on that. What Ms. Bugart was just telling me was that the $718.10 is currently outstanding on this tolling, and that's still accruing interest as of this date based on the bylaws.
And thank you. So, Ms. Bugart, if you can, do you know the exact dollar value of that 7%? The head? Okay.
Yeah, we'd have to pull that up there as well.
And thank you. And Mr. Khan, if I may, our report indicates that the city reached out to you several times to say how you could avoid paying these penalties. Is there a reason you decided to say, I'm not going to take that option, I'm going to just take the penalty?
Councillor, if I may, and I'm glad you asked the question. Typically, and call it my oversight or my lack of understanding, I was late by a day. Normally, there's always a grace period for a day or two, which I thought might just go away. And when I made the payment, I did get a notification that was in the tune of $300 for each property, which would have been around $600 or $650 something within a week's time after making my payment. So to answer your question, on June 29th, the penalty would still be in the tune of $600 plus. And then moving forward, when I was given an option that that there's an option to sign up for a monthly payment for us, knowing that it's a $9,000 bill. Normally, the way it works in our family, it is we do get tax refunds once we file our taxes. I save that money along with my wife gets a bonus at the end of the fiscal year. That money combined, we just kind of put it towards the property taxes. And that's why I did not opt for that option. And when I reached out to the city, to the property tax assessment, with the understanding that there might still be an oversight because it might be the letters might be getting issued in error because I've already cleared my dues, that's when it dawned to me that, it is about the fact that it is not getting issued in error, but it is that the penalty was assessed even with me being 1 day late. And the other interest is in small amounts, but the initial penalty was in the tune of $600 for me being 1 day late.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson, I do have that figure now.
Thank you.
And as Mr. Khan had mentioned, it was $656.29. Would have been the
And
amount.
what we're looking at today is approximately 700. I don't have it.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The question, on June 29th, it would have been $650, but as of right now, it's $718. So it's even being 1 day late, to me, if I just do a simple math, that's 2,500% penalty or assessment if it was to be assessed annually. That's why I was like, I have to come in and have my time and at least present my case over here. Thank you.
Oh, to follow up if I can, Mr. Mayor, then. Mr. Matthews, the 7%, is that standard? Is that standard across the province? Is it ours? Is it? Yep. Or Ms. Bugart? Good. Thank you.
Yeah, so the 7% is ours, but it's across board. Some municipalities do the full 12%, or they'll do an 18% as well. 7% is on average about what most municipalities will charge the day after the taxes are due.
So we're not overly high.
We are not overly high, no.
Thank you.
Any further questions in the queue? All right. With that, we'll go back to any debate. Councillor Parker to open.
That wants to speak to this?
Oh, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Thank you, Councillor Parker. I'm learning. Nobody else? All right. I'll turn it over to Councillor Parker to open debate.
Well, first of all, is there any other questions? I know we've asked them, but as we restated the resolution, is there any more questions? All right, so I appreciate what you're saying here, sir, and once again, it sets a precedent if we do something like this, and you can sit down. This is not the jury. But I would just ask that we reaffirm the recommendation through our administration, and I'd call the question. Unless a member of council?
Any further debate? Councillor Carlson?
Just one, I'm trying to get the exact numbers, and I realize we don't want to set precedents, especially for not paying your taxes, but it seems like there was some back and forth and some misunderstanding after the fact. I'm wondering if council would be interested in an amendment to reduce it to the original penalty owing, so basically wipe out the 24 cents a day that's been accruing. It's not a huge amount, but had it been paid, it was paid the very next day. I think, I'm just wondering if the original penalty of 7% were to stand, if we would say, yep, we will keep that number. So we don't want to set a precedent, but out of the goodness and kindness and understanding, we'll waive the interest that has accrued since then. And I understand it's only $50, but if we had that number.
So to add, if we could add that too, just to see what that looks like as
It's hard because
yeah.
because it's two different properties, and it's like probably $26 on one and $30 on another.
Oh, you have the, okay.
Oh, we do have the numbers. And just for consideration of council. to
Yes.
think about.
No, this is just to add to it, and now we can speak to the.
I just want to put it up there to see if anyone would support the amendment.
Questions, so I'll go for questions on the amendment. Do you have a question? Okay, so any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, question, go ahead, Councilor Crowson.
I think we would not be doing due diligence not to ask city solicitor and city treasurer if this is precedent setting in itself, and if this is something that if they have any concerns from financial or legal perspective to this amendment.
So thank you, Councillor Crowson. So in regards to the financial concerns on this, although this amount may be small and so forth, we could see others come forward that had to pay and so forth, and I'm not sure what those numbers would be, and so forth in the community, and of course, whether it's on their amounts of the interest that's going along, so somebody just be aware of that it could set that precedent. The other thing too, just, one of the things I was confirming with Ms. Bogart was whether or not this could be done in this way with the bylaw, and maybe Mr. Faust could talk about this. In regard, it might have to be a tax cancellation for that piece. It just couldn't be in a resolution, but I'll talk to Mr. Faust on that one.
If I can, the first half of your answer, Mr. Matthews, makes me want to withdraw even discussing this. So I'll let it stand as presented.
So the one that had put it in there, we will take that away because he's friendlying himself.
Yes, unfriendly.
All right, so back to the original. So I would open it to, get any questions. I know debate, Councillor Parker did open up debate. Is there any entertaining questions or debate? Anyone else for question or debate? If not, Councillor Parker. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right. We are back to 6.2. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information Lethbridge District monthly financial operating report for the month ending February 2025. Councillor Parker, I think we had some questions. I don't know if entertain any more questions, if anyone does have. If not, questions, Councillor Palladino? Oh, sorry. Councillor Parker, go ahead.
Oh, no questions, but we're just in debate now?
Debate.
First of all, I want to thank our administration and Mr. Galucci for doing this on a monthly basis. I know there was a recommendation to do this on a quarterly basis, but we felt that since it's such a sensitive issue in the community and transparency is very important, and I know that we're always fully transparent, but anytime we can report on a monthly basis, it only makes us feel more reassured, but the community as well. So I would thank you for accommodating that. I know it's a lot of work behind the scenes. Otherwise, if there's no other debate, I would call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
I know you're going to reverse it. You have all the right to. Yeah, he was. Was he in Mexico for those 3 months? No, because he was gone for election.
All right, and Mr. Sanchez, it's my understanding you have a presentation for utility comparison report, so I'll turn the floor over to you.
There's a good news story today. We're the lowest. Did you read that in the Herald? We should be playing that up more. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Heger and members of Economic SPC. We're here today to do a presentation on the utility rate comparison for the city of Lethbridge. Before I start the presentation, I want to do a quick acknowledgement to the staff that put the work into this. Cheryl Atchison, which was the one that put the report and the presentation together, and the utility managers who are here with me to answer any questions that council might have. A little bit of background on how the utility rate comparison was completed. Basically, we wanted to ensure we had apple to apples when we compare the utility rates across the province. And what the methodology included going to bylaws for each one of the communities that are being used as a comparison here. We went to their bylaw and we used the same amount of consumption in order to ensure that the charges that were approved by each one of those communities were the ones that were going to be used during this report. On another end too, or another note, we wanted to do this in terms of trying to explain and bring the awareness to the community on where are we in terms of our utility rates. In the past, there have been a few questions in terms of the utility rates being higher than in other places. And we wanted to make sure we bring that information, and yes, in some cases are, but when you compare the utilities as a whole, we are in the lower end. So with that being said, I'm moving to the electric utility. Most of the charges that you will see here are the wire charges. And there are other elements that play into the equation, but Mr. Drenth is here to answer any questions in those. When you see at the residential, we have 3 tiers, 600 kilowatts, 1,000 kilowatts, or 1,500. And you can see here where we are almost on average on this. We're not the most expensive one, but we're not the cheapest when it goes to the wire fees of the electric utility. If we now compare the small commercial and the medium commercial, then we are now, I will say, below average or at average when we compare to the other providers of electric utility across the province. That example applies for both the small and the medium. And and when you look at each one of these, again, these are only considering the wire fees. Moving along into the waste and recycling and the composting utility fees, basically same principle. You can see in the graph here, most of the communities, they have all 3 streams as we do in Lethbridge. They have the blue card, the green, and the black card, with the only exception being Strathmore that only has 2 of those cards. If we apply the rates that we had on the bylaw before EPR, again, this is all including before the recent changes that happened to EPR, the city of Lethbridge is in the low end when it comes to waste and recycling and composting utility rates. Now moving into water and wastewater. Here the rates are considerably lower than what they are in other places. Lethbridge is on average just above $60 per month for 20 cubic meters consumption. Others are, for the most part, above the average, which is $100. So we are by far on the water side and the wastewater side, less than other communities compare. If we do the same comparison, but now on the commercial service, so we're using here one of the services on the commercial side, which is a business with 5,000 cubic meters per month. Same example applies on the water and wastewater side. So the bill for a customer with that average consumption is roughly $10,000, when the average across the other communities is $15,000. If we combine all the utilities now on the residential side into one graph, the results are very similar to what I have mentioned before. The city of Lethbridge average residential utility rate is $175, $180, when the average is above $200. So overall, residents of the city, when it comes to utility rates for water, wastewater, electric, and the waste services, is less than the comparable municipalities that we have here. If we do the same exercise now on the commercial combined, similarly to the residential, our residential, the commercial, the mid-size commercial with 5,000 cubic meters and 300 kilowatts per hour is just shy of $10,000, when the average is close to $16,000. And with that, I finish my presentation, and if members of SPC have any questions, we have here the utility GMs to answer them.
Perfect. I'm sure there's no questions on this, but thank you very much for the presentation. And the board is lighting up. First, Councillor Crowson. Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I should first ask for public. New day in the job, I think, but my apologies. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to make a presentation on this? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to council. Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez, for the information. It's certainly a good news story, but I always like to dig deeper into all of these. So when we're looking at this, we're looking at the cost. Is there any difference between quality or type of service between the communities?
That's an excellent question. And I will say it all depends on the level of service that each community is putting forward. When we did this comparison, we were trying to compare apples to apples, and we look mostly at the consumption rate. I can probably have Mr. Drenth talk a little bit about in terms of reliability. That's a big factor on the electric side, and why probably we're a little bit higher on the water fees. And that plays into the equation. You see the reliability that we have here is really good. And that's good for the industry specifically, and also for the residential side, where in other areas might not be the case. And we know we are part of that working group where that's part of the conversation. On the other items, on the waste side, Mrs. Parker can talk about, I think we have a high level of service on those areas, and we're still the lowest. And it's because we own the landfill, we can provide the service, there is a little bit of economies of scale, which is also what happened on the electric side when you compare us to Calgary and Edmonton. Their clientele base is bigger than ours, so that fixed cost can be passed around other customers. But Jason, feel free to add on that.
Sure, thank you for the question. You are correct. So there is a difference in not in the services provided, but it all comes down to, like Mr. Sanchez says, the reliability. So the reliability of the Lethbridge electric system is one of the tops in not only Alberta, but Canada-wide. The decision was made 20 or 30 years ago to put a large majority of our infrastructure underground because of the wind, because of trees, and that investment is paid off. What we're seeing now is, if you've noticed, there are other municipalities, other utilities are now starting to increase their rates by 6 and 7% per year. They're playing catch up, whereas we've always done a little bit every year, invested in our utility, gotten it to the shape where it needs to be reliable for the citizens, for the customers. So everybody else is playing catch up to us now. So that's why our rates are a little bit higher than other utilities, but we're not the top, we're not the bottom, we're right in the middle, kind of right where we'd like to be. There are other comparisons that you can look at too. Typically, what was presented here is just the wires fees. We offer other benefits such as the rate of last resort. Rate of last resort came into effect in January 1st of this year. We charged 9.975 cents per kilowatt for the rate of last resort. The rest of the province is at 12.05 cents. So we offer, everybody else is paying 20% more for the same product. So when you include that, if you were to look at combining the rate of last resort fees, based on these numbers here, makes us look much better. For instance, as you go on the residential rates, if you increase your usage, you're going to see better savings. For instance, like at the 1,500 kilowatt, the top residential rate, you're now talking like a spread of $283 for a total bill up to $360, and we're at $290. So we're at the bottom. So when you look at the bigger picture, we have a lot more to offer being a local utility here.
Okay, thank you for that. When we look at water specifically, Mr. Sanchez, we are the lowest in water, and yet we live in a very dry place, and we often talk about how to limit water use, et cetera. And while I do not want to encourage us to raise water rates, are we incentivizing good use of water through the utility rate? Have we had that conversation?
So that's an excellent question, and I think I'm going to use a little bit of the example that Mr. Drenth used before. On the electric side, we were always trying to have the infrastructure in place. On the water, I think there is an opportunity here. We didn't do that in the past, and we started 2-3 years ago building that capital life cycle reserve, slowly trying to build that up. So when we need to do the life cycles, but today we are relying mostly on utility rate increases to do that, similar to what other municipalities are doing on the electric side, that they're increasing the rates in order to play catch up. So on the water, we have had conversations with the industry, and we also did the engagement on the residential side, trying to explain the rationale why we're trying to promote water conservation, and at the same time also see what mechanism we have in order to play that catch-up game, and get not to be the most expensive, but at least to close that gap that we have today. So that's part of the work. The ICI sector, they know, they understand, and we're working on those changes to be starting next year. With the bylaw, we did the first round of engagement, and we're going to continue doing that before we bring that bylaw for first reading later this year.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great news story, right? But how to find the balance of maintaining this great news story and also getting the money we need for the water plant and the wastewater treatment plant, et cetera. So thank you very much for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton-O.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. To Mr. Sanchez, I have a dry question and a wet question. The dry question would be, we have talked in this chamber and certainly at subcommittee meetings and so forth in regards to the pressures that are being placed on the electric grid and on our ability to be able to provide electricity to our customers. So has that changed? Do we continue to have these challenges with the continued increase of demand on electric systems like electric cars and so forth? Is this continuing to place pressure on us? Are we going to be able to meet those demands in the future? Will that require upgrades? Take it away.
Thank you for the question. No, those pressures have not gone away. As we move towards more electrification of pretty much everything, the world, those pressures will continue to be there. However, we have been proactive on the transmission side of the world, our substations that feed the city. We've gone ahead over the last 6 or 7 years through our capital budget and upgraded those substations to be able to handle more loads coming into the city. And then across the city, we built out our feeder system to be able to handle current and 10-year growth, and then we'll continue to evolve with our electric design group to build out that infrastructure. But no real direct, initial large sum investment is required at this point. It's just a continual investment that we've always done here in the city of Lethbridge.
Do we continue to work with organizations like that one that has electric cars, the company that goes unnamed? They put a number of different stations and so forth across, well, certainly the globe. We have stations like that in Lethbridge. Are we working with them to mitigate the impact of demand
Not specifically working with car makers, but we work with a number of provincial bodies. Alberta Innovates is one of them, to come up with innovative ways to solve these grid-related issues, ways of removing congestion, find ways of moving more electricity through existing infrastructure, through the cables underground. We're heavily involved in those working groups to be on the leading edge as part of a utility working group.
Right. Okay. Thank you. My last question then is a wet question. Mr. Sanchez, this is an interesting conversation, and I appreciate the graphs that your team has put together to provide us with some insights into what our costs and consumption are. I have a question in regards to large consumers like golf courses. Now, they have, if I'm not mistaken, they have separate contracts. They do not have a contract with the city, yet they continue to draw a substantial amount of water from our river system. So are we working with the golf courses that do draw a substantial amount of water on conservation strategies?
Yeah, I was just checking with the team on the back. You're right. They don't go through the city. They go through the irrigation districts, and that's where they use part of their license in order to do the draw from the river. And we have very little control. Have they been engaged and part of the conversation on water conservation? Yes, especially last year when we had the MOUs, the water sharing agreements, because the irrigation districts were part of this. But we really don't have any way to incentivize other than talking to them and trying to explain the rationale, what they need to do. So it's a really difficult conversation because we are not the supplier of the water for them. We can only do outreach and education with them.
So we are going to have ongoing conversations, or we will continue ongoing conversations with these large consumers.
They will be part of the ongoing work, and we are part of the Oldman Watershed Council. We also are part of the conversations with the province and the irrigation district. So that's how we're going to continue providing that communication.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Sanchez, I believe is answering the questions. Just for me, because if I was just somebody who sat down, read the report, and looked at the numbers, and I'll just talk about electric utility right now. If I looked at the numbers, I would say I as a small residential user am subsidizing every other larger category. Can you give me an answer to that? Because as you use and use and use more, you fall down below the average. The only one we're way above the average is in our smaller residential. So I'm going to get that question. I need an explanation.
Okay, no, that's fair. Thanks for the question. So what we do annually is we do a cost of service model adjustment. So we go and we look at the model of our utility, look at where the funds are allocated based on the service required, and we reallocate that. Not every year. We do it as things start to shift out of alignment. So every utility is different. They don't use the same cost of service model. And at the end of the day, it's up to the regulator to determine where they want the allocation. Because there are ways that could be allocated differently where you, like you say, you could have one area subsidizing others. But typically, the cost of service that we use, or not typically, but the cost of service model that we use has come up with this because it doesn't really matter if you use 600 kilowatt hours or 1,500 kilowatt hours, you still require the same infrastructure in the ground to service your house. So yes, you are correct. You can use more. The 600 kilowatt hour customer can still use more. They're not restricted, but their savings on the bill is just in less consumption versus the actual service of the wires in the ground.
Okay, so thank you. So what I'm hearing to that is that the costs for the infrastructure are the same regardless of your usage, and so that's why it may seem that the more you use, is that the answer I can give?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez, to you and your team for putting this together. So I go back and I look at economic development, Lethbridge's site selectors, most important location criteria, and see that one of those most important things is for last year, 2024, was utilities, certainly the availability, the cost, and reliability. And yet we keep hearing that we have the highest in the province. We have the, how did that perception get out there? And what do we need to do better to help people understand this information that's in front of us? Where have we failed at getting that information out to investors, to our residents, to anybody that's looking to come here? How has that perception gotten out there?
So thank you for the question. That's actually an excellent question, because that's one of the primary reasons why this report is here today. We did have a quick conversation with EDL last year when that report came up in terms of explaining our cost. And it came back on a second time, and that's when we had a meeting, and we basically showed this draft report with the preliminary numbers that we had to say, listen, the reality is we are on the other spectrum. It's not what it has been presented, and it's a perception. So they are aware of this, and we are working together with them, and not only them, but at the same time build Lethbridge with the Lethbridge Construction Association and all the other stakeholders, the chamber, in order to make sure our outreach and education is there for when this happens. When you look at the industrial side, again, we are a really good candidate for rates, utility rates, for any commercial or ICI customer. So that work has been done since early this year with EDL and other stakeholders, and we will continue to do that. We really need to start talking more about this, because it's a benefit that we need to make sure that everybody knows that's a good opportunity for us to sell the city as a good candidate.
Right, so do we have a communications plan coming out of this to go out into the public, particularly with our residents as well, to help them understand that, you know, we have some of the lowest utility rates in the province?
Okay, sorry, I was just getting an update from Nick on the comm side. We are doing this work individually on the utilities, but Nick just informed me that we are also, the team has been working with comms. If you recall that graph where in terms of where your dollar goes in terms of services for the city, so they're gonna update that to include this information and make sure it's available for the public and also for the ICI. So it's going to be on each one of the particular utilities, but we're gonna work with corporate comms in order to ensure that people get this. And another good point that I want to do is we are currently working, is gonna be ready in maybe 2-3 months. We want to start creating this campaign with residents in their utility bills as well. And we're adding a feature where you can see how do you compare to your neighborhood on your consumption. So you can actually have that information when you receive your utility bill, and you can say, hey, you're consuming more or less than your neighborhood and the city as a whole, and also add $1 per day. So they have that in mind when they receive that information.
Okay, and how will you accommodate for people who receive their utility bills electronically?
Is the same format. If you get it printed, when you go online, you will have the same graph. You can actually see your digital invoice that will have the same information.
Okay, thank you very much.
I see no further questions, so we'll go into debate, and I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Palladino. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the 2025 Utility Comparison Report for information. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's gone around the table for information, and if there are no further questions.
There we go.
Yeah.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And with that, Councillor Carlson, I see that he wants to do a motion to go in closed. All in favor? All right, so we're going to closed. Thank you.
No.
Just a little bit. Oh, look at those sausage fingers. I don't think so.
All right, well, we're good? All right. Welcome back to Economic and Standing. Let's try that one more time. Welcome back to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. And we are up to 5.2, Municipal Controlled Corporation Development Update. Have a presentation from Mr. Matthews and Mr. Livignuc from Deloitte. And I'll turn the time over to you, Mr. Matthews. I'm sure you could do the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. And I know that, as you mentioned, both Mr. Livignuc and Mr. Gallucci are here with me here today. And we're going to walk you through the MCC project update as well. So I will get the presentation up on the screen, and then we'll start from there. Actually, the other presentation first, and then we'll let Darren go second. So once again, thank you, members of Economic SPC. One of the things that, as you may recall, back in December of last year, and I'll go through a little bit here more on the resolution in a second, but Council, out of the outcomes of the LD Phase 1 review, component of that review, was actually looking at an MCC, or exploring that. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Exploring that, the MCC creation. We'll go through a little bit of that today. And also, as well, there's also been some recent changes to the to LD in this presentation to address requirements for the province, AGLC, and the Agricultural Society review that's going on in the province. So the presentation will also have a recommendation at the end, which will be establishing a new temporary city-controlled nonprofit holding corporation, provisionally named EventCo, to manage the event center, and refocusing LD's activities by returning to its 1897 roots as Lethbridge and District's Agriculture Society, emphasizing agriculture promotion in the southern Alberta. This will realign the Ag Society with its original intent of promoting agriculture in southern Alberta, and will restore the governance shareholdings, I should say, and share structure as outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding between LDE and the City of Lethbridge. I'm just going to move it to here. So in addition to this, you'll see some of the different components we'll talk about today on the slide. Mr. Gallucci will provide a further context on the Lethbridge and District Agriculture Society's draft structure and how it will work in partnership with the City of Lethbridge's controlled nonprofit corporation, which will have the temporary working once again of EventCo. Mr. Livignuc will present the work completed by administration and Deloitte to date, along with the long-term options for establishing an optimal governance structure and an operating model to manage core functions. And these include event attraction, event management, and facility operations that were previously under LDE. This may involve consolidating functions from multiple organizations into the EventCo entity and recommending a suitable governance model for the event center. Just got to move my notes forward now. We'll go one more slide here. So, just to remind members of SPC where we are on the LD third-party review journey. Currently, administration and Deloitte are working on both Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the LD review. Administration is actively working on Phase 2 of the LD review, which includes further investigation in specific findings highlighted within Deloitte's Phase 1 report, and the creation and amendment of city policies and procedures as highlighted within the December 10th, 2024 resolution. However, our focus today is on Phase 3 of the LD review, which is the MCC development project. And this is just on the slide here, the resolution provided for members of Economic SPC, just as a reminder of the resolution for the Phase 3 components. I'll skip to the next slide, or next slide after that slide. Since December, I'll just give you a bit of background on what has been occurring. Administration has worked with Deloitte to meet on Council's requirement. This includes completing the MCC business model exploration workshop with Deloitte. And during this workshop, Deloitte introduced city administration to the concept of municipally-controlled corporations, including the characteristics, case studies, and requirements. They also shared examples of the MCCs operating across Canada and discussed the vision, mission, success criteria, and scope of a potential future MCCs in Lethbridge. Deloitte will go through these materials and the outcome of the workshop within the presentation later today. In December, administration was also tasked with collaborating with the LD board and the province on future governance model for LDE. One of the components was collaborating with the province on the LD obligations in relation to AGLC and provincial ag society requirements. This included having the further discussions with the province on the LDE gaming licenses provided through AGLC. In 2024, AGLC maintained LD's gaming licenses while the city was completing the phase 1 of the LDE review. AGLC at the time asked LDE to get back to them once City Council had made their decision on the future of LDE operations. After the December 10th, 2024 Council decision, LDE administration contacted AGLC to continue discussions on the gaming licenses. In January of 2025, AGLC provided a letter to LDE noting that they will extend LDE's eligibility to August 31st of 2025. AGLC also noted that should the Lethbridge and District Exhibition wish to pursue gaming licenses beyond August 31st, 2025, they must be structured and delivered and delivering programs in compliance with the charitable gaming policies, as noted on the slide. No further gaming license will be issued until LD's operating and delivery programs are delivering programs as required. Another area of working with the province was on the provincial ag society requirements. As Council is aware, LDE has a provincial designation as an agricultural society for the purposes of the Agricultural Societies Act and regulations. To meet the Agricultural Societies Act and regulations will also require the city to return ownership of the LDE to community shareholders, and the Ag Society must elect a new board of directors in compliance with the Agricultural Societies Act. Therefore, to meet the AGLC and the requirements of the province, the LDE Ag Society will need to follow both the charitable gaming policies and the Agricultural Societies Act and regulations. This means the city must return the Ag Society ownership to the community-controlled nonprofit governance structure before August 31st, 2025. Not meeting these requirements would result in potential loss of $550,000 annually in funding from for LDE from the existing 2025 and 2026 approved budget. Next. I'm so used to saying next slide all the time. So bear with me. As previously noted, in response to these requirements, City Administration working with LDE Board and Administration is recommending the separation of LDE into two distinct entities, while the City and Deloitte continues to explore the long-term governance structure and operating model that previously existed under LDE. First, a new City of Lethbridge-controlled nonprofit corporation will be created in the name of EventCo. EventCo will be the working name until a permanent name is established. All LDE assets and staff, including the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center facility, will be transferred to EventCo as part of the restructuring. The City of Lethbridge will be the sole shareholder of EventCo and will be responsible for governance of the venue. The long-term governance structure and operating model of this corporation will be determined by the MCC exploration being conducted by Deloitte and decided upon by Lethbridge City Council sometime in 2026. Second, the existing LDE organization will be reorganizing back to its 1897 roots to become the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society. This will allow the organization to refocus back to its original intent of promoting agriculture in southern Alberta. With the separating into two organizations will also require separating the current Lethbridge and District operating budget between the City of Lethbridge, controlled nonprofit corporation, and the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society. To meet the requirements of the charitable gaming policies and the Provincial Agricultural Societies Act, the Provincial Agricultural Grant and Gaming revenues will be allocated to the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society. This will result in an ongoing operating budget of approximately $550,000 and will allow the Ag Society to develop and plan the various agricultural programs and contract and pay EventCo to produce these events on their behalf, while also providing approximately $45,000 per year for new agricultural education and programming. The goal of separating the Lethbridge and District Exhibition into two organizations is to create sustainable structures by allowing the city to maintain the oversight and financial stewardship over the more complex operations of the Event Trade Center venue, and allowing the Ag Society to focus on its original intent of promoting agriculture in southern Alberta. Although sooner than anticipated, the restoring of the governance, shareholdings, and share structure of the Ag Society back to the community-controlled nonprofit will also meet the requirements as outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding between the City and LDE. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gallucci to walk you through a little bit more detail in regards to the overall structure of the two organizations and how they'll work together.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I appreciate being here today. Thank you. So as Mr. Matthews had pointed out, I'm going to speak a little bit more on to the how the two entities would operate and what the benefits and some of the outcomes we would hope that would be achieved. Starting out, you would see on this slide, this is the overall complex of what we would have with the two entities. Both EventCo being operated with a single shareholder, being the City of Lethbridge, and then the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society, which would be operated by a board elected from a shareholder base. As to Mr. Matthews' previous comments, that this would return the Ag Society back to the membership base that it had once before, and that would be people who could buy shares on a regular basis and be eligible for the board and operate as an Ag Society. So if we start with EventCo, the duties of EventCo, what you would see happen is from the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, it would transfer all the assets and personnel to EventCo. This would include the operating assets and several other pieces that we would then manage. The EventCo would then be able to service a number of different areas. It would provide client experiences like it does today, partnerships, events, community events, special events, and then really the operation and maintenance of the building, facility, and grounds. This would allow this group to then bid and go after different conferences, meetings, not be offside as to why would an Ag Society be interested in hosting sport events or conventions that are across Canada and those types of things. This would really benefit the ability of what we're trying to do and generate the venue into a full service venue for Lethbridge and the area. It would provide all the different services that we would need that would go far beyond what an Ag Society would do. If we look at the other side, the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society, they would be responsible for agricultural events, the creation, and also the addition to other events that EventCo would do. Now, EventCo would be the arm to implement the ag events. So these would be the ones you see today, like Whoop Up Days, the rodeo, the parade, some new ones that we want to bring back, like Aggie Days, and of course Ag Expo, which is a huge benefit to the city. So the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society, which it would be renamed to, would then initiate these, but it would be EventCo that would operate them on their behalf. For all intents and purposes, the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society would not have any employees, or at the very minimum would have one. Those would be, the rest of it would be all provided as an administration support by EventCo. EventCo would also be the house and office and equipment support for the society, and provide all basically the structure that it would need. For all intents and purposes, it would be a tenant of EventCo and pay for those services that would require lease space, office equipment, processing, printing, Wi-Fi, all the things you normally. they would still be, the Ag Society would still be responsible for its own, auditing, its own managing of the shareholders, the AGM, and of course, some of the membership pieces. What would be new here is we would like to add in that shareholders would have an opportunity to join into a membership. You don't need to join it if you didn't want to. However, it would be an opportunity for members that are both single or corporate to join, increasing networking, increasing the opportunities that would be available in that kind of Ag Society base and format. This would create opportunities in networking, opportunities in other ways, and really bring together the shareholder base. The other parts that it really generates and helps is it would then take on the casino, the volunteers that you need to run the 50/50s in the casino, and the volunteer base we would need in general for events. So the Ag Society could do things like at Whoop Up Days if they wanted to interject with a petting zoo, or maybe even more broader than that, or more educational than that, bring in different animals. They could have the volunteer base to support that initiative that would be incorporated into that event. And then, of course, they would be managing all the shareholders and the membership program that would take place. The membership program, though, would probably more than likely involve Eventco implementing different types of events for them. The idea would be that the society would use the facilities and Eventco on a regular basis for at least a minimum of 30 years and pay for those services, thereby providing a real structure that allows for the Ag Society to truly focus on ag, have an enhanced ag focus, while meanwhile the Eventco could maintain all the other pieces that it needs, which is operation of the building and handling all the different events that take place. We've been asked a couple of times, and I think by Councillor Crowson even once, are we maintaining that ag focus? And this would truly benefit us in somebody maintaining that ag focus always, while we're also facilitating all the other pieces that go along with the property and the venue. So combined, this would really bring together all the different pieces and provide a structure whereby ag events would then be mutually agreed to, would then be implemented by Eventco. Meanwhile, Eventco is doing a number of other different things. The Ag Society also could assist Eventco in acquiring different things, since it has a fundraising arm. For example, bleachers at the rodeo. Those bleachers are needed, and it'd be great if we had a body like the Ag Society that could raise the funds to pay for our bleachers, which then could be actually used in other programming for other events, whether it be sport or otherwise at conferences and things like that. It would also give us the opportunity to then give back to the Ag Society the opportunity that they can maintain their minimum 50 ag days that are required today. Currently, it's more like about 123 days, but that are managed, and really help them meet all the Ag Society requirements that are currently off base with the shareholder structure we have today. It then puts us in line with the AGLC, with the Ag Society Act, and with the Government of Alberta. Eventco then can operate cleanly and keep continuing to use its resources to help the Ag Society with marketing, implementation of different pieces and different pieces of what they want to put into their programming, and really create a benefit across the board. What this does for us is it really creates 5 balanced items that we think are are very important that really are the basis of what makes this work. First, it brings stability to both organizations, both the Ag Society and Eventco, organizationally and financially. It can bring the control of whatever council decides to be, in what degree, to the Eventco, which is an opportunity without interfering with the Ag Society requirements and the AGSC requirements. It lowers the operational risk for the Ag Society, as Eventco would become the risk taker on if there's a loss or profit on the events, because it is managing those events, implementing them on behalf of the Ag Society. What's quite important, and I had stressed it a couple times already, but it would be an enhanced ag focus that now is part of our district and our city, that's implemented within events and in other areas that we could support, and somebody is honestly looking at it on a regular basis and adding those pieces, as opposed to it being a part of the whole, or the event center having to look and make sure that the ag piece is in. It strengthens both organizations and benefits both. It provides a clarity of roles. It is the answer to why the Ag Society currently runs events and runs the right events. It then allows Eventco to do the things it needs to do to be sustainable. So what it really does is bring sustainability to both organizations, so that the Eventco can go after large bid conferences, spend its time looking to do how do we market and reach out to different events that we can bring in, create special events that we do and grow, and then incorporate other things that you see today that we're involved in and want to grow into other things. It brings together the volunteer base that we need and helps us manage both the ability to deliver on all aspects of the requirements by the city, by the province, and by the Ag Society, and generally by the community. It optimizes the use of the venue, that it can be used to its full extent in variable ways that we have already outlined, and really gives us the opportunity to build greater capacity and generate more economic impact and quality of life for people here in Lethbridge and around in the district. Which brings us back to where we were. This is the full kind of outline. There are more details in the package. I've given you an overview of it, but we would see in the package, it outlines specifically board structure, what we would recommend. And I just want to mention on that end of it, we would see 3 positions that would be appointed on the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society Board. That'd be, one would be appointed from a senior administration of the city, one would be a senior administration of the county, and then one would be a senior administrator of the Eventco, and that would be to maintain continuity between the 2 organizations. After that, we would see 4 to 6 board members be appointed from the shareholder base, and that would be based on a matrix that we've built out that would really bring support to the board in various ways. That matrix would define what we're looking for, and make sure that it's not one of the same. So it would be one lawyer, one accountant, one person who's Indigenous knowledge or Indigenous relations, someone from potentially tourism. It would open the door to make sure that the matrix and the makeup of the board is structured properly and strong for the future. The last part would be, in the first year, we would have appointments that would be, or elect people that would be on a 3-year, 2-year, 1-year term, and then every year after that, we would be 3-year terms. It's just to start that structure so that you're not losing the history and the people who started there, and you do have that turnover yet of every so many years, and keeping that continuity from board to board. Some of the other items that are just of note to mention with the Ag Society is that it is an advantage then to have that, basically have that risk off, allows them the longevity and the sustainability that the province has been looking for too from regional ag societies, and is one of the reasons that they've been engaging Deloitte to try to look at what is it that they're doing and how are they doing it. And this is one format that we have found that we think can really work and work well into the future in a way that benefits the city and the Ag Society and everyone else involved. And with that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Galucci. So the next piece of the presentation we're going to go into is actually Mr. Livnik. He'll go through the Deloitte component, which is the exploration of the MCC. Now, just, Mr. Livnik will describe it probably much better than I can in regards to it, but just one thing to keep in mind is that what we're talking about here now is the Eventco side of this chart, and the exploration of what that would look like, as Mr. Galucci had just talked about.
Public record, I would like to remind everyone that I'm a partner with Deloitte. I was the partner that was responsible for the third-party review of Lethbridge and District exhibition. We were selected to do that review through a competitive procurement process. Much of the basis of that was our extensive experience on this topic, specifically working with municipalities to look at the financial sustainability of agricultural societies across the province. We have now worked in recent years on 3 of the 4 largest societies in the province, and we have also advised the province on matters of policy surrounding this topic. It's a topic we know very well. The purpose of my presentation today is going to be to give you an update on some of the work that has been done since the presentations that were made in November and December 2024, and to talk a bit about some of the thought process that led to the discussion points from CFO Matthews and from Mr. Galucci. As you will recall, one of the key recommendations from the third-party review was for council and administration to explore the business case for a new operating model. The goals of that were to ensure that the key events and programmings that community members value could continue, that LD could be returned to the community-based shareholders in a way that would be sustainable, but also so that the significant investment made in the Agri-Food Hub Trade Center could be maximized through the lifespan, the availability, and the highest and best use of those facilities. And in December, this committee had unanimously approved a motion directing administration to proceed with development of those plans. My presentation is really to give you an update on the state of that work. We're going to talk about some of the options that were available and considered, some of the steps that have been undertaken to date, and the work that is yet to come with respect to that. So Mr. Galucci had provided a good overview of the new model, but I just want to remind everyone why we're here today. In the recent history, and Councillor Crowson, I have to say, I specifically updated my notes to say recent history based on feedback from you. LD has been governed by a board of directors elected by the community, but it was responsible for very complex business operations that included both agricultural and non-agricultural activities. It also included not only managing events, attracting events, but managing these complex and significant investments in facilities. And as outlined in our review, this ultimately led to many challenges, many of which are listed on the page. And while the city did not directly control or influence the activities that had led to those issues, as the landowner, as a key stakeholder, as a funding partner, City Council and City Administration were ultimately put in an extremely tough position, having to assume control and stabilize the situation. Something that I know involved many tough conversations, immense effort from all involved, and came at great cost. When we talk about the future, and Mr. Galucci has outlined the potential model quite well, we had recommended a number of changes. And under that new model, there would no longer be 2, but now 3 organizations. And as Mr. Gallucci shared in his comments, LDAS would continue to operate as an agricultural society, but it would have a clear focus. The city would assume more responsibility for things where it already has existing strong capabilities, like facility management. But this new entity, Eventco, would be created. And in doing so, it has the potential to balance the need for flexibility, commercial agility, to run these like a business in a lot of respects, but while also maintaining good governance guardrails to ensure that no new icebergs are on the horizon. So since those presentations in December 2024, we have continued to work with administration, leveraging some of our past experience working on this topic of how do you govern these type of services, these type of funding, and specifically around the idea of municipal controlled corporations. And we've tried to support administration in accelerating this process. So to give you a snapshot of the work done to date, first, the city had established a steering committee that is cross-functional and includes many senior leaders across administration and has been meeting weekly to progress the activities related with this exploration. Earlier in the year, we held an education session for that group to ensure that everyone on that steering committee had a common understanding of the options available, the pros, the cons, and the work required to set them up. We also facilitated a full-day session with the same steering committee to accelerate development of a business plan and identify the tangible actions needed to develop the business case and implementation plan and budget that council had asked for. Those activities are now complete. But coming from those sessions, there was a number of activities that were identified, activities that would be required to come back to council with the information needed to make a good decision. And those activities were assigned to responsible individuals and prioritized for completion over the next 6 months. So to begin, I want to speak a bit about some alternative models that were considered. And first, stepping back, what is a good governance model and what are we seeking to achieve? The third-party review highlighted many examples where those charged with governance did not provide appropriate oversight, and it led to the creation of the risks that were experienced. An effective governance model balances the need for providing hindsight, oversight, and foresight. A good board with the right ingredients for success, board members with the right skills, experiences, and competencies, working around the right shared understanding, it provides guardrails for management and helps ensure that organizations are accountable to their stakeholders and meeting their responsibilities. Therefore, an effective model is going to keep management honest. It's going to provide stakeholders across the community with confidence, and it's going to be most effective in aligning resources to enable effective and efficient delivery. Our goal in this is therefore to find a model that creates the best conditions for success going forward with consideration for the many stakeholders impacted. But as we consider these models, as both CFO Matthews and Mr. Gallucci alluded to, there are some practical considerations that we need to keep in mind. Compliance with the legislative requirements, as outlined by CFO Matthews, is critical to ensure that there isn't a loss of further funding, which would be incremental to some of the financial burdens that have already been discussed in front of this community. And that means accelerating the process to return the agricultural society to its community shareholders, elect a new board of directors, and ensure that that organization is compliant with those requirements. However, that doesn't mean that in the long term, we are dissuaded from continuing to seek the model that creates the best opportunity for long-term success. That means answering big questions like who should own the actual agri-food hub, who should operate different functions, who is best positioned to govern it, and how should these investments be fundraised. And ultimately, who is driving decisions? Is it shareholders? Is it this council? Or is it independent board members? All of these are important questions to ask. And this is a big decision, so it is critical to be thoughtful, to measure twice, to cut once, and ensure that it's thought through. So with that in mind, we discussed broadly 3 different options. We could return to the nonprofit model that we've had in the past. This is where community members are electing a volunteer board. In this model, the city interacts, as it has for years, with the society as a funding partner on specific terms around specific arrangements. This does happen. This is a very common model and is not uncommon for municipalities to provide funding to nonprofit organizations to achieve specific community benefits. And most of the time, this is successful when we want to unlock the enthusiasm, engagement of our community. We want to drive access to these different funding models, and we want to, and we have limited risk. But it does come with some risks. The second option we discussed would be taking some of these functions and just bringing it into a municipal department. This would provide council and administration with complete control over the activities undertaken through normal processes. This would provide the highest level of control and oversight, and works really well when you have services that are stable and interrelated with other city services. But there is a balance to strike because it does limit flexibility to consider different models or to work with partners in different ways. And you are constantly competing with other programs and services for resources through the budget allocation process. Finally, we discussed the opportunity to develop some kind of municipal controlled corporation like this Evenco. This is a model where services are delivered through a separate entity that is owned and controlled by the city, but operates out of the normal day-to-day processes. This is also a common model in the province to address specific types of problems and circumstances. It works really well where you want to find a balance between maintaining control and influence, but at the same time having a more flexible commercial model that is focused on a specific issue. And it also provides some interesting avenues to raise capital, including potentially bringing on different public or private sector partners to support this. For avoidance of doubt, for anyone watching, the exact legal structure and wording could change depending on the objectives and ultimate plan for this organization. But I'm speaking broadly about the idea of a standalone entity that council can direct through their relationship as a shareholder. So in speaking about some of these specific options, on the nonprofit model, the key point is that it is effective in driving community involvement and support, and it provides access to different diverse forms of funding, such as donations, private donations, philanthropic donations, and different types of grants that might be available through the federal government, the provincial government, or other parties. The key disadvantages is that they do tend to be more limited in their access to capital and funding than an organization that is directly backed by something like the municipality. And the consistency of their government over time can be a challenge, as everyone who remembers the third-party review would understand. The key challenge from the city's perspective is that you do not have as many levers to influence good governance and to ensure that the activities undertaken avoid those outsized risks from developing over time. The second option, the municipal department, again, there's a great benefit in that you can quickly enhance collaboration across municipal departments and provide a more unified, consistent offering across the community. You can also achieve economies of scale where you have overlapping services. For example, the Visit Lethbridge Arena, which is operated through a city department today and has many of the activities that Mr. Gallucci had put on the board during his presentation. But some of the key drawbacks, as I mentioned, is you are working through the standing administrative and decision-making processes, and you do have active competition for funding priorities with other programs and services. Finally, the MCC model. This makes it easier to pool resources around a specific goal, and that could be resources not just within the city of Lethbridge, but pooled with other communities as well. And what this does, it provides a certain level of flexibility, which can make it easier to pursue certain talent from a hiring process, partnerships from a corporate perspective, but also different types of financing arrangements. There are some drawbacks around kind of the perception of the control that is given up when you take on that process, and the risk of financial dependence it creates. And don't get me wrong, there have been examples across the province, across the country, of MCCs that have been set up and haven't been successful because they weren't set up with the right guardrails, with the right expectations, or with the right kind of framework for transparency. Like any model, you still have to execute and you still have to deliver on what you're trying to do. This is about creating conditions for success. And there have been many success stories in this context, like RBC Place in London, Ontario, or the traction that's been made with Explore Edmonton, bringing a number of competing services across that community together, and more. Specifically in the context of the MCC, I wanted to remind everyone what an MCC is from a technical perspective. And it's a legally incorporated entity that one or more municipalities own the majority of voting rights or board appointments. They're established, in the most literal sense, they're established under the terms of the Alberta Municipal Governance Act. So these are legal entities that are created and controlled with a specific purpose in mind. They're governed by a board of directors, which is typically appointed, who are responsible for the decisions, but they're typically appointed by the municipality as a shareholder. And because they exist outside of the municipality itself, they don't follow all of the same policies and processes. They have some flexibility in terms of how they operate day to day. They're often in areas that are funded by user fees, and in some cases municipal subsidies, but they generally have some ability to create revenue and earn income themselves. And while government departments, while municipal departments are not designed to make profit and often provide services to the public good that by definition would not be profitable in a for-profit context, MCCs can be self-sustaining. They can generate income, and there are many examples of MCCs across the country that contribute a dividend instead of requiring a subsidy. And as separate legal entities, there are also a number of benefits from a legal liability and protection perspective. But some of the key takeaways for council to be reminded of are that while there is this standalone structure, council, as the directors of the sole shareholder, still retain a lot of ability to control and influence what the organization is and ensure there are appropriate guardrails to ensure that those icebergs don't arise. And as well, transparency can still be achieved by setting the right expectations around that organization. So when we look at all of these in aggregate and side by side, we spent time with administration and we discussed at length the pros and cons of each model. We considered them in the context of an evaluation criteria that we had developed together around what was important in this context. We agreed that it is critical that the future model is more self-sustaining in the past over time, and over time it becomes less reliant on municipal grants. Both the department and MCC model benefit from the opportunities to create synergies and cost savings, but we rated the MCC as the best option from that perspective because of the differentiated abilities to consider financial impact and manage it in a focused way. We agreed that it is important that the city's investment is consistent with the strategic priorities of council. So, for example, we considered the priorities outlined in the municipal development plan. And we agreed that in that case, the municipal department model actually rates the highest, as council and administration have direct control to make sure that all activities are aligned with those goals. But the MCC model does provide significant ability to influence within a frame. We agreed that Lethbridge, as a broader community, would benefit from a unified brand image across all of these different models. We agreed that, again, the municipal department model has a lot of benefits because of that level of control over day-to-day activities, but the MCC, again, allows significant avenue to improve that while providing that flexibility. We agreed that future plans should continue to support investment in Lethbridge as a community. We agreed that the nonprofit and municipal department model provide this, but in slightly different ways. But the MCC model, of course, does introduce avenues where benefits would potentially accrue to private sector or other public sector partners. We agreed that it is important to support the region, including the county, for long-term success, and that both the nonprofit model or the MCC model provide some advantages in terms of doing that. And we agreed that it is critical that the Agri-Food Hub remain an impactful space that can be used for its highest and best use. The MCC model does that best by allowing people with a laser focus to drive on utilizing it as best possible. And on that basis, the preliminary assessment was that the MCC model does rank highly on many of these metrics and warrant further consideration. Of course, there's still work to be done to delve into the financial business case through more due diligence, to develop a detailed business plan, and to ensure that there is specific understanding of the investments required to set this up and whether the benefits and the cost warrant that investment and cost. Hence, more work still required at this time. In doing this, we also considered how the MCC model would potentially impact different stakeholders. And under this model, the Agricultural Society would continue to operate as a standalone entity. And while we recognize that the board would be giving up some scope and autonomy, this would significantly reduce risk and complexity. As Mr. Gallucci shared, this would allow the shareholders to focus on their actual goal of supporting agricultural activities and promoting the sector, which is the passion of most of the volunteers who choose to stand for that board. Over the period we looked at for the third-party review, the reality is that upwards of 80% of the time and resources within the LDE were going to non-agricultural related activities. So this would give that group total focus. From a city's perspective, while it would take on more upfront responsibility, this would allow it to provide more guardrails in terms of monitoring and governance. And I've said it a couple times, but that means no more icebergs, or at least not icebergs that we don't see coming. And we don't have ample opportunity to take every step possible to avoid it or mitigate the damage. That also means the city would have the ability to integrate this into thinking around influencing service levels and driving synergies across other city departments. This reduces long-term risk for everyone involved. So when you think about other orders of government, when you think of, for example, our provincial government or another partner like the county, what this does is provide more certainty and stability. And obviously with this model in the future, there could be opportunities for other communities to become part of this shareholding as well. And for residents, ultimately, the benefit of a sustainable organization that is more efficient and effective in its mandate means Lethbridge continues to have a better quality of life and to be a place that is more attractive for people and businesses through more events, better guest experiences, and better opportunities to enjoy your community with your neighbors. things that I believe everybody values. So in evaluating these options, we spent a full day with the MCC Steering Committee. We wanted to balance considering both the technical requirements to set up an MCC, but also council priorities. So we did go through the MCC requirements in the province, which include preparing a detailed business plan and the above. The reality is, this isn't red tape. This is good business. Why would you make any investment without knowing what this organization is going to do, what the pros and cons are, what the costs of that are, what the investments are? These are a reflection of that measuring twice and cutting once. We also place great importance on council priorities and objectives. We talked about the most recent municipal development plan, the priorities outlined in it, and made sure that everything we discussed about potential benefits and risks was in the context of those goals, so we could tie it back to the overarching principles that council has set. In going through that, we created a vision for this MCC based on what some of those benefits could be. And ultimately, the 5 most important that we came back to were reducing the size of the municipal grants that the city is making and ensuring that in the future, the growth of those grants is less than inflation. That over time, this will become less expensive for the city to subsidize and fund. We discussed increasing the benefit from the investments made, ensuring that when you think about all the extended benefits of this organization in terms of quality of life, economic impact, tourism impact, etc., that we are getting good value for money on the investments that the city continues to make. That it is supportive in developing that more cohesive and unified brand that makes it easier for people to find and seek to do business, visit Lethbridge. Supporting other key stakeholders, such as the county, and ensuring that this is attractive for the broader community. And finally, diversifying business offerings and revenue streams for these venues to reduce to support the need to reduce those subsidies in the future. We also discussed many of the largest risks around this initiative and some appropriate steps to help understand or mitigate those as much as possible. So in doing that, we went through the frame of the business plan, and we started to identify all the good work that had already been done by LDE, by the administration in other contexts, or this one, across each area of the business plan. We tried to understand what the building blocks of it would be. And that's where we also identified some of these key gap areas, 28 areas where we said more work is required before a proper recommendation can be given to council with all the information that council will need to deliberate and make the best decision for the people of Lethbridge. So that leads me to today. While positive progress has been made on the direction from council, this is an important decision, a significant undertaking that no one is taking lightly. And as mentioned, this is not a time to rush, but to be thoughtful. The outstanding activities identified have been assigned and prioritized with a combination of internal city resources as well as support from external vendors. They are expected to complete these activities between now and December 2025. After those activities are completed, we suggested that they be presented to the Standing Committee in closed session before a decision is made about whether to proceed with public hearings, to then have the public hearings if council agrees that that is the right decision, and then to come back finally to council to deliberate on a final decision. In other words, over the next year, council will have multiple opportunities to deliberate on the future when more information is available, including a detailed understanding of the financial impacts, including any upfront investment required. Given this timeline, obviously it is expected that these deliberations will likely fall to the next council following the municipal elections in the fall. As a final note, before you take questions, I do want to share my thanks and appreciation for administration and for Mr. Gallucci for the spirit of collaboration as we work through these matters together. And I am happy to take any questions that you might have. CFO Matthews?
Yes, thank you. Actually, maybe right before they do that, I was going to tail off on one other piece here on the other presentation, if I can have that brought back up for a second on my side. And go to the second last slide, if we may. Awesome. Thank you, Darren. Perfect. Thank you. And actually, this will be the last slide before we go to questions, so on that one. But as noted by Mr. Livnick's presentation, there are a number of next steps between now and June 2026 for the further exploration of the MCC, long-term considerations in finding the optimal governance structure and operating model to efficiently and effectively manage the core event attraction, event management, event facilities management activities that were previously existed under LDE. And the specific component we're talking about there on the last part there, the event code component of that. So as we started off at the beginning of the presentation, the existing Agriculture Society needs to comply with the applicable legislation by the end of August 2025 to ensure that there is no impact on the gaming proceeds received through the Alberta Gaming and Liquor Corporation or as based funding received from the Government of Alberta Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation. Therefore, to meet these short-term considerations, administration is proposing the Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend to Council to approve the recommendation of the Lethbridge District third-party review to create the City of Lethbridge controlled nonprofit corporation or event co. To manage the risk and operate the exhibition grounds for the benefit of the LDE as well as the city at large. And also approve the recommendation of LDE third-party review to reorganize and refocus the operations of the LDE on its core business and restore the governance, shareholdings, and share structure of the exhibition to such an extent as reasonably practicable in the circumstances as outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding between the city and LDE. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Well, first, thank you, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Gallucci, Mr. Livignac. Appreciate the presentations you had here and appreciate the expertise and input. This has been a long time coming and still a long ways to go, obviously, but can appreciate the time that's gone into this. One thing in particular, a question that I have is, you talked a little bit about guardrails within the MCC and Council's ability to still be a part of direct. Oh, this is not my day. That's 3 strikes am I out? All right. My apologies. Anyone that's in the gallery understands that we're in a standing policy committee, not in council, and so after each presentation we do ask if there's anyone in the gallery which wants to make a presentation or would like to make a presentation on what we have heard. Thank you. And you're wearing an Oilers jersey, so we will allow, of course. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle D. Miles. I'm the current chair for Tourism Lethbridge. So today, I'd just like to say that Tourism Lethbridge does a lot with the Agri-Food Hub. We're doing a lot of programs and work, and we appreciate that working relationship tremendously. And I just want to do a friendly reminder that I see that the next part is the stakeholder thing. So I just want to just reiterate that Tourism Lethbridge is definitely here to be part of the discussion and to support the LDE as well as City Council on how is the best way to move forward. So we appreciate the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a presentation? If not, I'll go back to my thanks. Thank you for your expertise. My question about the guardrails and with this MCC, because of course, as questions that I receive in the community, I'm sure I speak on behalf of my colleagues as well of what's these next steps. We've been through some bumps over the past couple of years with what's taken place there with the Lethbridge District Exhibition, where we're at now, the work that's gone into it. Again, I appreciate that, and I was in complete favor of making sure a review, and moreover a third-party review, so it takes away our administration, and nothing against our administration or council. We're out of it. Have somebody outside have a look at what happened, what does it look like, what are the paths forward on this. So thank you for that. But can you talk a little bit about what that, as I heard, to be part of the direction in the future if this is MCC, the folks that, whoever it is sitting around this horseshoe?
Set up a municipal control corporation, you have a couple of levers that you can pull to ensure that you can still control and influence certain activities. So if we think back in the past to how LDE was run in recent history, it was set up as a nonprofit agricultural society, and the board of directors ultimately made decisions around many things. The city didn't actually have ability to control or influence any decisions, except to the extent the city was providing funding, and it could attach strings to specific funding. But you could be funding a specific purpose over here, and there are activities over here that are totally outside of your influence or control that you have no ability to direct and may not even be aware of, see through transparency. So when you set up this type of MCC organization, through the shareholder agreement, you could define certain requirements of what the organization has to do. You can define the terms under which you are going to appoint the board of directors, what the composition of that board of directors can be. You also have the mechanisms to fire the board of directors if you're not satisfied. But you can also put in requirements around things like reporting on different topics or approvals on different topics. So many MCCs in the province would have expectations that capital investments of a certain size would have to go back to council. So for example, in the case of the Agri-Food Hub, they came to council because of the funding requirement, but in theory, they could have gone and gotten money elsewhere and built it otherwise. In the case of the MCC, if they want to build anything of that size, they have to come in front of council. Now, the one temptation to balance is you can't restrict everything. You can't put guardrails on everything. Because we talked about some of the opportunities to, for example, attract different sources of financing, different sources of investment. Well, would you invest in a business where the people running it don't actually have the ability to make any decisions and every single thing has to go to council? No. So when you think about like a utility business, the ability, you know, it's like, do I set my rates? Do I consult on my rates? Things like that. So there's a balance between setting the right guardrails through those type of levers, but creating enough flexibility for the organization to run. I hope that answers your question.
What doesn't? I think, Mr. Matthews, maybe can you liken this to when we sit around for budget discussions, we'll put, for lack of better words, pots of dollars to each of the departments that we may have. But council's not there to say, make sure the stop sign is put in on this day, et cetera. You have the dollars. So you set the direction, and you'd hope from that direction that, of course, this the work gets completed. So is that similar to an MC? Is that fair to say?
So there would be more control and governance from the council in regards to a standard department than there would be on an MCC. I guess the one qualification I'll say there as I start to answer that question, and what I mean by that is that you would, just like Mr. Livenick has said, there would be certain things in the bylaws or the setup structure as a shareholder that council would have that oversight and component on, i.e., you know, you mentioned about the board and so forth, and all those components on those there. But when it comes down to the governance of the activities of the actual MCC or Eventco in this regard, as we're talking about it, it would be that board that would make the decisions and give instructions to their administration of how to do it. So it's just another layer piece into it, but there is guardrails in between the two. Now keep in mind that what that would also look like, as Mr. Livingston mentioned, we know there's going to be funding components, like in this example here, for a period of time. City Council will provide the eligibility and requirements through agreements between the city and the event co, that group, on requirements of what those funds can be used for, how they can be done. So there's, what I'm saying, there's multiple different ways that, and those levers that can be done that can help without totally hindering the board in that area from being able to do what they need to do, or the direction that council has set them as a shareholder to tell them to go do. Okay. I don't know if I muddied it more or if I answered it better.
Mr. Mayor, one of the specific actions that was identified and is underway was working on the specific elements of a shareholders agreement in this context and defining what those recommended guardrails would be. Oh. But again, council would have the opportunity in the future to review those, to deliberate if they're viewed as sufficient, and to make that decision. Mm-hmm. So that's to come.
Okay, and one more question, and then I'll turn it over and hop back in the queue later. But we talk about the Egg Society and the funding that we receive from the province. Understanding this has taken some time, and it might not have been ran the way that, put it in layman's terms, the way the province might have wanted it to be ran as of lately. I believe they see the direction, but did that limit us from receiving the funding from the province for that Egg Society because it wasn't to where we're seeing now the break apart and one side being Event Co and of course the Egg Society? Or did we lose any funding, I guess is what it comes down to?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. No, not at all. So the province is aware in the discussions of how the setup it is. And when it comes to AGLC, they also are aware of the setup and they provided that extension. So that hasn't happened. The bigger thing on the AGLC front, what they have said though, by August 31st of this year, that's what they notified LDE on, is that you have to go back and be within the confines of the charitable gaming policies, I believe it's what the terminology of it, to make sure that it's acting in that way, which is the requirement of having that community-based piece. So we haven't lost anything right now, and by doing this component, we'll actually make sure that we don't lose anything going forward.
Okay, and as far as the casino, so the dollars you get from casinos, you can go work casinos and it comes back to society. We haven't lost that, so everything is status quo as it has been because of the work we're doing.
That's right. That's right. But there is an urgency, as Mr. Brierley was saying here, in regards to getting it done, because they've said they only can extend it so far because it is outside the normal model of the gaming licenses for that. The province also, so there's two pieces. There's AGLC, those casino revenues were 50-50 revenues, but there's also, on the other side, there is the provincial grant pieces. They understand where we're at, and in fact, we're having discussions with them as well. Okay. So they know that, but the biggest priority is making sure we're back in line with the AGLC.
Was reading my mind because it said, is there an urgency? So thank you very much for that. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you all very much for the presentation. A lot of information in there. I think you'll be getting quite a few questions. Looking at the Egg Society, one of the things you have in there that people would need to have agricultural background, at least some. I'm a little concerned I didn't see urban agriculture. This is an Egg Society for 110,000 urban people, and there is no reference to urban agriculture. Did you want to imply that was under agriculture, or is that missed?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I would say that would be implied. We thought that would be implied, but to your point, it probably would be good to identify it separately, because the regionals really do bridge that gap between urban and rural. And that's what makes them quite strong.
And I think that's one of the things regionals have not done well, is I don't think they have convinced the urban areas that an agricultural society is absolutely vital to them, so urban agriculture might work better. I'm absolutely happy to, very happy actually to see the agriculture component, but I think there's a missing part there. When we're looking at the either of the organizations, in the plan is either a charity, can either take charitable donations?
The Egg Society today can't. The way we would like to structure it, though, is as we move forward, make the change, we would see this Yeah, as an opportunity to then make it, be able to rate charitable tax
So
receipts.
they'd be supported in that if they want to. So in some ways, and I know it's not completely there, but in some ways, the Ag Society is almost like a friend society to the MCC. They can do fundraising and stuff that the other can't, and they are collaborative in that approach.
Correct.
Okay. Under the MCC, under this coordination, city still own the buildings and land?
Yes, Councilor Croson, yes, the city, so the actual building envelope and land would go to the city and still stay with the city.
No one who works for MCC is a city employee?
No one would be a
They would-
city employee.
So they would be
They
none of
would
the
belong
unions or
to
anything?
that, yeah, that
Okay.
entity, the MCC entity.
If we own the buildings and land, any technology that MCC has, who owns that? Is that city-owned technology? Right, I mean, I know we're not at those details.
No, I think
but those are
they're
the
great
questions.
questions, Councillor Croson, on that. And so we've gone back and forth a little bit on it here. And we're still looking, so when we say own the facility for the venue and so forth, whether it's in the city proper or within the MCC, right now it's looking like it would be in the MCC. And there's some reasons for that when working with the province and the grant and so forth. The equipment that we're running all those pieces, so, you know, the everything that's inside of shake the building kind of component and what falls out, that is all part of the MCC. From an accountant's point of view, because you're the single shareholder of that, it rolls up into our financial statements, just like it did this
So
year.
do they have to follow our procurement? Like, those are the kind of things, I know we're not at those details, but those are the kind of things I
So
will
the-
want to know for
yeah.
sure as we're moving along, because it means a lot and it will matter to the community how those things play out.
Yeah, so those are all great questions, components on it. And we've even talked, even though they may not have a requirement for it, it'd be similar, at least some of the discussions we have right now. And when I say this, we're still walking through all this with legal and so forth and different avenues. But we would be similar to what other boards and commissions, they may technically could have their own, but most times we require them to be very similar to ourselves, i.e., they'd follow the same kind of process as we do. Now, when I say that, that may, going back to Mr. Livenick's point of view, we have to be careful because some things don't make sense in those
We
regards.
don't want to tie our
And-
own hands by making them follow rules they don't necessarily have
Yeah.
to.
So, but we are looking at all that piece on it, and that is part of the decisions on the MCC on the Eventco side. Right now, we have a temporary holding structure that'll be owned, but so from that point of view, nothing has really changed from the point of view of the operations. It has from a legal standpoint. I'm sure Mr. Faust would say something different to me right about there. But from but as we move along, all of those other pieces that's what will be coming back between now and next year and so forth for decisions for council.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a lot of the similar questions as Councillor Croson, but I think I'll leave those for now because I think we're maybe at early, that there are updates on what some of the timelines are. I think I've got that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And just a question maybe for clarity, because when we started, I was confused when I was reading the document when it said return ownership to the LDE and do that. And I kept confusing LDE with Agri-Food Hub, with the Ag Society, with the city, with the Eventco. So I just for my LDE, Lethbridge and District Exhibition, that is the Ag Society, which will be a fee-for-service part. It'll be the Ag Society pays a fee-for-service to Eventco, correct?
So,
I'm
and I'll
just
start here and
trying
then
to-
I'll turn it over to either Mr. Galucci or Mr. Livenick in this regard here. So just in the two pieces, oh, go ahead.
I was going to apologize and say maybe I should have updated my presentation to LDAS once they started using that term. We were referring to LDE throughout as the historical abbreviation that we used for the Ag Society before Mr. Galucci and administration had put that together.
It's all good. It took me a while to wrap my brain around it, but I think I finally got there. So LDE,
So
LDA,
LDE was what the historical component, recent component in regards to that. And now we're splitting it or separating into two organizations. One being where the assets, people, and structure of that, which is Eventco, and that's
That's
only
the
a
Eventco.
temporary name. They'll come up with a much better name as we go
That's the
along this.
management and the
The
operations.
management and the operations.
LDAS.
LDAS
Thank you.
is the Ag Society component. And really, when you look at this, what it's doing, very simplified version of this, with that pulling apart, it's made the complexity of running a trade event center and those components part of the city-controlled shareholder with the good people that work today at LDE in those pieces, but it's all in that structure with a different kind of board structure from the point of view of we'll bring back the models of a mature, like a board matrix is the word I'm trying to stumble through. The flip side of it on the Ag Society, not that it's making it frankly fun again. It's making it what the Ag Society is about. It's about education, agricultural. It's all the things that Mr. Livnick talked about, a community-based organization. The reason why it's so good at what they do is when they don't have complex things to have to deal with, like running facilities and the budgets and all that kind of stuff and on it here, but they're actually doing the educational pieces. It's returning it to that focus to meet the mandate under the Ag Society components, and also the lottery pieces and the volunteer base and all the things people get engaged with along the journey. And so that's the piece.
I think I understand how they all work. I just wasn't sure what we were referring to what as in different presentations. And then finally, the agri-food hub, the pavilions, Heritage Hall, the grandstand, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's just all the assets that are right now city-owned?
Yes, so. And
I'm assuming, because we
so
own the
when
land?
you go back to all the assets in that area over there, so there's a land lease there. Some pieces are part of that land lease to the historical LD that will become Eventco. Those are the pieces on it. Obviously the grandstand component that Rocky Mountain Turf Club operates, that still would be an agreement.
Partners, if it be the Sportsplex, sorry, what's it called now? Visit Lethbridge.com arena. And it's looking at who controls the assets, who owns the assets, all those types of things. When it says long-term considerations, I know some of this is the next 3 months to 8 months. What timeline were you talking in long-term? Is that a year from now? Is it 5 years from now? Is it?
Yeah, so if we go to the timeline on the last page, we talked about the activities that would come back around the core setup of this organization that would be deliberated in early 2026. But when you think about long-term, this could be a continuously evolving decision. Not all decisions have to be made at once. The ability to bring on different partners, the ability to bring in different types of assets or operations in the future remains open as it makes good business sense to do so, and as it makes sense in terms of competing priorities and other challenges that the management, that the board of Eventco and of administration and of council need to focus on as need of the day is. So I wouldn't seek to time box the idea of long-term there. It's more there.
Things to keep in
future
mind.
Opportunities to change.
Excellent, thank you. And just a little typo there, October 2025 is the election.
Good catch.
Thanks.
I noticed one other when I was writing my notes.
It's back in time there, Councillor Carlson. I'm sorry. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Daryl, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Mayor, again on that. So just Councillor Carlson, one other thing I'd mention there too, and one thing we've been talking inside, you'll see some things in here for things to look at. It talks about VLA there and so forth, but the reality is we're about step 200 of 3,000, and really at this stage what we're looking at is LDE as a bubble as it is today, and then two separate entities, getting that stabilized, set up in different structures, and then coming back with all these other avenues of things that could happen through some of the recommendations from the Deloitte report. So there's some real possible things to consider along the journey here for council to consider in the future, but it's too early to tell probably at this stage.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin, and thank you very much, Mr. Galucci and Mr. Livenick for being here today. So it was said earlier today that the business municipalities should be in is business that brings good, common good to the community, and businesses that no one else should be willing to deliver and invest in. Can we say for certain that this is that type of business? Should we be in the business of event planning and delivery? It seems to me that some of this will position us in competition with local businesses and move into overlapping private business services. So how do we assure our business community that we're not going to be doing that?
That is a great question. One of the requirements under the MGA as part of the business plan that must be developed is to consider the impact on private businesses and determine whether it is competitive. The purpose of having that requirement in there is to ensure that the municipalities are looking at opportunities to support that ultimate objective you came back to about supporting public good and the overall objectives of council and of any municipality. So that is something that requires specific and thoughtful consideration to avoid that happening. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, and that does, because I have had some businesses reach out to me concerned already that we are competing directly with them with some of the activities that are going on instead of working with them, right? So certainly that. So if we're looking at the new Egg Society getting set up, it's receiving grants, casino revenues, et cetera. Is there any obligation to them to turn those funds over to the MCC?
Yeah, so in the model that was laid out, what would happen is there would be fees for service in certain structures. So the Egg Society would have to pay for rent space, use of equipment, office equipment, those types of things. Licensing that would be held by Eventco, and then of course implementation of different programs that they would want us to do. So through those different requirements, they would pay Eventco from the funds that they have. It would ultimately leave, we believe, to put everything on and to operate and run everything that they require, it would leave them somewhere around that $45,000, $50,000 that they can continue with, but they would be required to pay, through those fees, be required to pay those fees for those services.
Okay, so then I guess in looking at the structure, my next question is, because they have to pay us, right? There's no they get to, they have to. So how will our structure treat that new Egg Society fairly? Because in reading the documents, the MCC has overarching control over everything that new society will do. It's obligated to hold its events there for 30 years. So why are we even reforming the Egg Society? Why would we not just take over responsibility of that society long term? Because we're obligating them anyway to use the MCC long term.
It goes right back to the requirements of the beginning. So to be eligible for the Egg grant and to be an Egg Society and for the AGLC, you need to have that shareholder base and then that board base and that status to receive those funds that we would want them to use to pay for the services.
Okay, but we're obligating them, so really we're still overseeing them and making them use our services. There's no real choice for them whether they use our services or not.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. I have a couple other questions, but I'll step out if somebody else has some.
Councillor Campbell.
Can I just weigh in there, Mr. Mayor? Kim talked about the rules. I just want to talk about the value, and I think I've looked at Councillor Croson here, and that the Ag Society piece and the value of the community, the Ag Society members, the region that we live in, the importance of agriculture and having those members. So we need to comply with the rules and the service delivery piece, but that's also the other foundational part that I just felt the need to state. Might have been understood, but I just wanted to say it.
No, and I certainly understand that, but in looking at the service or the terms, we're overseeing them anyway.
Yep.
So they're not really independent.
Yeah, the complexity piece, the service delivery arm, they are responsible to have kind of the voice of agriculture, what's important to agriculture today, tomorrow, down the road, what are the things that are important to our region. That is their strength and value. The service delivery piece, which as these ag societies have grown from the primaries to the regionals and more, the complexity has increased, and that has become the challenge, is that is beyond what the original intent was. So that, if that makes sense.
Mr. Matthews?
And I'll just add also to that too. So the one thing too that on the Ag Society front, so although the structure and so forth is one piece of it, really the intent is it's allowing them to also develop new events, new agricultural pieces. And so they do have autonomy in those pieces to actually create it under the guidelines of, what's an Ag Society requirement and what the restrictions are from the funding of the Charitable Gamings Act in regards to actually the usage of that. So what I'm getting at is the Ag Society will be able to create new programs, new education pieces, do a bunch of other things inside of that, and that's where their place, like their actual benefit to our community and what probably they really love to do inside of that. There's also membership components inside of there as well too, and some of the things, to be part of all that and experience and so forth. But
yeah, if I could add a bit. When you step back and look at the requirements for agricultural societies, you receive funding to subsidize certain activities, and under the current guidelines, you effectively have to go and provide a certain number of events that are specific to promoting the goals of the agricultural sector and quality of life associated with it. So if you think about this customer service provider relationship, the board would still have the ability to represent that community, to think about what type of events they would seek to run, to go to their service provider, the event co, and say, this is what we want to do. And but now there's a tension where the event co comes back and says, well, based on budget, that's not possible. So you have a bit of a customer service provider relationship. So I don't think I would characterize it as fair to say they are totally captured in terms of their ability to direct and influence. But what happens now is there's this other 80% of activities, and there's funding received to subsidize certain things, but there is this blending that happens where it is unclear where the funding directly goes. What this will do is give that board this pocket of funding and ability to subsidize different things. It will give them a highly capable service provider that they can use to execute on those goals. But for all the other types of events that they would be doing now EventCo can look at it from the perspective of, does this align with the priorities, the mandate that the city has given with us, and does this make a good use of funds with value for money in the context of that mandate? So I think what it does is allow them to continue to support their goals, but without the confusion of those other elements coming into it.
And can you promise that Aggie Days will come back?
I can't promise that, but
I know you can promise, but I want to say
But
that
you
loud
could
and clear.
provide that
This is something I think our community's missed for some time. Yeah, that in my, no, I like Aggie Days and anything with 4-H and things like that. I know we're probably ahead of it, but I've heard that loud and clear, and it's things like that really I think we've lost sight of over the time. And I say we, if it's the society at one time or what we're looking at now, this is really what Southern Alberta is built on. And I think not just Aggie Days, but I mean, it's one of the many things that was just really appreciative in the community. And so that's something, just take a note, scribble down that Aggie Days and some more 4-H stuff, et cetera, is coming back. Mr. Galucci.
I can assure you, Mayor, that the Aggie Days are coming back. They will be in 2026.
All right, gavel's going down. No.
And we've been working on it for a little while, so you will
Awesome.
see them. We would like them sooner, but we want to do it right and restore them back. And
I can appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Did you have something to add to that, Councilor Member?
No, my only question on that then is, if the Egg Society did decide to have an event not at the exhibition part, like at the MCC facility, would they be able to do that? So if they are the Regional Egg Society and they wanted to do something in Coaldale or in Sterling or Tabor or something like that, are they able to do that, or do they have to have and host all of their events at the MCC facility?
well, the intention would be for the majority to be held at the facility. It was meant and intended to have that kind of structure. Now, if there's something that we couldn't do, a sheep sale or a bull sale, that's probably something that we actually couldn't accommodate, and therefore they would need to go somewhere else.
Okay, because what's outlined right now states they can't do that. They can't go anywhere else. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that if they needed to, they could.
Yeah, because right now, and that would be, we based it on all the events today. But if we could host it and put it on for them, then the expectation would be that they'd use the facility.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, you've been waiting in the queue. Thank you so much
okay.
for your patience. Go ahead.
Just make agriculture great again. I was just, kind of shifting a little bit. This is, we've been going through this a long time, and it takes an emotional toll. And I'm just wondering, for Mr. Gallucci, how you're feeling about how the process has gone, what we've got to today, and then also, dealing with a staff who are sometimes, well, what's going to happen? Where are we at? How are we doing? And how are they doing?
I thank you for the question, Councillor Campbell. The staff are doing quite well. They're engaged in putting on the events that we have. They're engaged in the future and what we can develop. There's some great ideas moving forward. They're really trying. We're still working our way through the facility. It's new, and there's things that you need to alter. So they're very focused. We have kept them up to date on a regular basis, open the floor for questions, and sort of let them know what is going on and how it's transpiring in a timely fashion that we're allowed to. So I'd say up to today, they're very much excited about the future. If you take, Lethbridge and District Exhibition and create the two entities, it really does give clarity to that focus of the two roles, which really, they're excited about that too. There's no question it's been a bit of a, you're always trying to think it out. How will it work? How will it work best? And to everyone's point, there's a lot of work behind the scenes, but, and there'll be probably some pitfalls we haven't seen, and we'll have to overcome those. But on the whole, it's been a good exercise.
And I imagine, retaining people, you want to retain them, you want to ensure employment is going to continue, and perhaps looking for new employees who want to come from another place to work hard on this project. So this is a good step in that, hopefully creating that environment.
I believe it is, and we've seen, because we've had to replace some retirees, and the applications have been actually quite large. And back to, I think there is a very positive, outview moving forward on the future and where things are going.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. Finally. Thank you. A question to Mr. Brierley. So we've got three models here: the community-controlled nonprofit model, which perhaps does not provide us with a sufficient control over this entity that we might like. There's a municipal department, which does provide us with direct control. And then there's a municipally controlled corporation, which may be perhaps more agile and provide us with direction in the long run. Are we able to say, as an example, commence with a municipal department and transition to a corporation when council is satisfied that the model is successful and we want to expand business opportunities? So is there an opportunity to create a hybrid model where we transition from one entity to another?
To fully answer your question, Councillor, we'd want to go in closed for me to speak to certain pieces of it. The transition from one to another, if we're talking about external organizations from a nonprofit to an MCC that might have the ability to become for-profit, I think there's greater potential there. I'm looking at Mr. Faust to see if he has anything he wants to say. That's a consideration that we could do. The department aspect that you touched on has some different challenges that I'd need to explain more fully in a closed session.
Did you have something to say? No? Okay. Well, I won't get an answer to it, so I'll ask later. How's that? Thanks.
All right. So Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
All right, thank you very much. So this ties back to a comment that Councillor Carlson made, and just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, the long-term plans could be that other city facilities and fee-for-service organizations would be or could be absorbed into this and under the umbrella of the MCC. So that's something we are looking forward to doing long-term planning?
I don't think that's a long-term plan, but it's possibilities and different distinct options that would have to be made depending on what makes the most sense for stakeholders involved, including the city.
Okay, and those would be part of the reviews that we're doing and everything like that right now. Is that correct then?
So I presume by reviews, you're talking about the other fee-for-service reviews?
Yeah, the other fee-for-service reviews and reviews of our current facilities and that sort of thing.
So similar to before, like there's a lot of different steps down the road that council could consider. There could be business cases in the future that what council would want to take and event traction, and that was one of the pieces back in December to take a look at is, well, what is that smorgasbord of event attraction and so forth, and could it be considered? Right now, we're at the stage of really looking at the point of view of LDE as the bubble.
Okay.
Not to say that there's other components in the future, and that's why an MCC model is the recommended one, or inside of the report right now, because it gives us the flexibility to take a look at those other facilities in the city or other components of work.
Okay, so that is future consideration.
That's future consideration, yeah.
Okay. Now, does this model allow for private investment?
The MCC model does allow for private investment as long as municipalities maintain control.
Okay. And yeah, no, thank you very much.
All right. Well, I see no further questions in the queue. And again, thank you very much. I know this has been an incredible time taking a challenge or initiative over the past while, but I appreciate all of the updates and the information that's coming forward. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I do have a resolution coming from Councillor Middleton Hope, Municipal Controlled Corporation Development Update. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council, number one, approve the recommendation of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition third-party review to create a City of Lethbridge controlled nonprofit event co. to manage the risk and operate the exhibition grounds for the benefit of the LDE as well as the city at large. Number two, approve the recommendations of the LDE third-party review to reorganize and refocus the operations of the LDE on its core business and restore the governance, shareholdings, and share structure of the exhibition to such extent as is reasonable and practical in the circumstances as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between the City of Lethbridge and LDE. And number three, direct administration to return to provide further updates on the municipal controlled corporation development, including the City of Lethbridge controlled nonprofit corporation, Event Co., and the reorganization and refocusing of LDE to Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society, LDAS, at the July 10th, 2025 Economic and Finance SPC. To open the debate, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just wondering if any of my colleagues want to massage this at all, or are they comfortable with it? Jeff, it's directed at you. All right. You're happy with eventco.ca.com? Visit Eventco. I think, and certainly I appreciate all of the discussions this afternoon. I think we've had a very fulsome conversation around what this entity might look like, its application, and the potential in terms of being able to provide for a long-term viable solution for the management of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition and how it might be utilized by various entities within the corporation. I certainly will invite any of my colleagues to enter into the debate if you have any questions, comments, concerns.
All right.
None.
I will support this, and one of the main reasons, I mean, there's multiple reasons. I really like what I've seen, but also the importance of keeping the Ag Society and, of course, that with the province to not lose that funding. And so I think it's important to move forward. And without asking a question and probably just get a nod, the province is aware of everything that we are doing currently, and that's, okay, perfect.
Perhaps beyond that, without losing the funding, it's without losing the identity, and I think that's an important component for Southern Alberta. All right, if we have
Councillor Crowson.
Great, go ahead.
I will be supporting this. I know I had a lot of questions I would have liked to have answers to today, but that will come under number 3. Eventco will be there, but the next step is still not done, and at that point, I really, really hope I get all those answers. So, or I need to get all those answers. So I'm fine to recommend this on to council, knowing that there are future steps that will come and more information to come.
And there's no further more, so to close, Councillor Middleton Hope, question?
Done. We'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick 5-minute. You're okay? You're not? Okay. Okay. All right. 5.3, Business Development Expansion and Retention Incentive Program, and it's Mr. Stein. And I'm not sure if Mr. City Manager, if there's anything more to add, or if Mr. Stein's just, all right. Mr. Stein, and thank you very much for hanging out with us today. This, is it presentation or a submission? Oh, it's a submission. Okay, I see presenter here.
This is a submission, yes.
It is a submission. All right, I saw presenter Perry Stein, so that really, I see you sweating over there. Sorry, my apologies. All right, so everyone's had this in their package, and I'm sure there's probably going to be questions, and so I'll open it up for those questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just one question through you to City Manager or Mr. Stein or whoever the City Manager directs. This is a standalone incentive policy. We've got another suite of them that we've been talking about and hopefully might come to some agreement on at some point. Why are we bringing this one forward early?
I'll start and then I'll let Mr. Stein jump in and as well. So thank you, Councillor Carlson, in that regard. So yes, this is coming forward. There's two aspects of this. If Council remembers, in the past, there's I can't remember the policy number right now on top of my head here. I think it's CC 64. Perfect. Which was the Industrial Tax Incentive Program. That's on pause. So this policy is also the replacement of that, so it provides it. We also at this time believe that this one here, policy actually is ready in the incentive program. You are right. There's a number of other things in our development-based incentives side that we're looking at, but they're not ready for public consumption at this stage. So we're a little bit more work to do on that.
Are we certain that this is the highest and best use of the incentives at this time? I would hate to go forward with one and then in 6 months, a year, whenever council says we've got these others that we're looking at, oh, they were much more important. We should have spent our time and energy there. Are we sure this is the highest and best use of the incentives?
So, you know, once again, Mr. Stein, jump in as well. But to answer your question, yes, this is a perfect one to start with. And the reason for that, it is for business development, retention, and expansion. So it allows both also new investment for within our community, but it also allows for existing businesses within our community for expansion and retention of those during this time. So we believe it's good. It has the targets inside of here, or targeted areas inside of here that match with council and the priorities that, you know, for example, like an EDL's business plan and so forth. So there is components inside of this that we believe it makes the right sense at the right time.
Well, my question that I've asked numerous times, but I'm going to ask it again, just because I absolutely loved what we did with TRIP and how that worked, because it wasn't a hard cost, if you will, out of the gate for the taxpayers, to be quite blunt. It was something that over time there was reduced taxation to new business or expansion coming into town. Now was directed to more of the downtown. My understanding is this is going to be a community-wide approach, and that there will be access to any business that, if they qualify, of course, there's a process. But is that fair to say that that is going to be similar to that of TRIP? I know it's not TRIP exactly, but is it something similar to that?
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So yes, this policy here is not, it's not like the past industrial municipal incentive or the TRIP, where it was a geographical area that only it's relative to. This one is the city and proper. I mean, obviously we can't go outside the city on it, but within the city. Within targeted priority economic sectors. So the targets in this one, and the incentive sides, is focused on the agri-food and agribusiness, the trade and logistics, the alternative and renewable energy, and additional eligible investment types that go along with that support those pieces. So there's some targets inside of it, but it's broad across the whole area as well.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you for this. It's absolutely right. Business retention and growth is something we have to focus on. But let's look at it from the wider perspective. So right now, we have 3 tax incentive policies, or incentive policies. Industrial municipal, which is on hold, TRIP, which is CC 53, Urban Core Housing Incentive, which is CC 52. We do not have an overarching policy about council's approach to incentives. Is that something we should have not necessarily in place before, but is that something we should have in place, that this is why we do incentives, the overarching policy, and then these sort of subsection under that policy? Or will we be seeing, because we're talking about quite a few other policy or other incentives, will we be seeing one for each and not have them necessarily coordinated?
So thank you, Councillor Crowson. So a couple different things on this. So yes, if you've seen other municipalities, the way their frameworks work is literally a framework. They'll have a development-based incentive framework, and then they'll have separate policies under those. This would be TRIP would be one example. This would be another example, and the urban core kind of component would be another example of that on it. Should we have that other framework? Yeah, yes, I think in the longer term we would. One thing when I say that on this policy at this time here is that this allows us right now. We do know there's a need with some of the things going on in the community. It allows us to put this in place as a policy, and what we're saying in here, probably for about an 18-month period to assess it and so forth, as one of the criteria pieces. And then, of course, afterwards we can come back and take a look and make changes to that. One of the benefits of that is that we can understand if we've got the right economic areas and targets. If something has changed, we can look at that. But going back to your question on it, yes, ultimately we need an overall framework component that talks about this, and some of that comes out of the economic strategy components that we would like to also take on at some point in time here as well too.
And I appreciate how long it takes some of these. I'm far enough back on Heart River City when I remember DRIP, which was the precursor to TRIP. And it took a long time to fine-tune the numbers, the geographical location, and the program, because the first few iterations, the community did not like or did not work for their business model and various different things. So the program we have right now, have we talked to stakeholders already on this? And regardless of whether we have, which I hope we've heard, are we also willing, as we roll it out, to be willing to go, okay, this part does not work and we need to make adjustments? How much are we able to, if we do approve this, still fine-tune it as we move ahead?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crowson. There's a couple pieces in there. I believe Mr. Matthews mentioned the idea of using this as a bit of a pilot, so not being paralyzed in the search of perfection, doing something in the interim, seeking that ongoing feedback. It's almost like a monitoring and evaluation program attached with this, so we can see what intake and uptake looks like, the impact that is associated with it. It's not just focused on capital investment, but also jobs too. So monitoring the impact of that in the community. In terms of the engagement that went into building this draft policy, there was the engagement that was done on the development-based incentives at large, and then there has been one focus group. I would say they didn't have access to this policy because it wasn't public information at that time, but the findings and the feedback from that engagement showed a strong level of alignment with the policy you see in front of you today.
Yeah. So recognizing the need to get something done, we want to get this out there, and then we also want to ask all of our business community and partners to give us information and feedback as it moves forward, because yes, like I said, I think TRIP was about 8 years before it actually was a good incentive that everybody's like, oh, we want more of that. So knowing that, yeah, if you don't love it immediately, hopefully it will work and then we can adjust. Okay? Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, and thank you for the exhaustive discussions around the various components of this proposal. My question is perhaps more from a business perspective, because we have received a number of inquiries in regards to what are we doing, when can we expect this to occur? So will there be a press release outlining development of this policy, when the public and the business might expect some form of implementation, even if staggered?
I believe it shows in the submission that we'll be working on a communication strategy as soon as there's approval. So we will have something, if SPC were to approve this, to recommend this to council today, I'll work with communications to put together what that communication strategy looks like so that we'll be ready to hit the ground following the next council meeting if it's approved.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And I certainly appreciate this incentive grant coming forward. We do have it. The policy is labeled that it is a grant. So the first question I have is, where's the grant dollars coming for on this, knowing that we've got a tight budget cycle coming up? Where are those grant dollars coming from?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. In regards to this one here on the dollars itself, this one, even though it says a grant, the basis of this is on the tax side and the tax assessment side of it. So very simply, or I'll try to make this fairly simple in this one, is when the dollars or the assessed value increases, the requirement of this policy is a little bit different than what we've seen on the TRIP side. It requires the organization to pay their full taxes in every given year. Subsequently, probably in the fall of that year, so September, October of that year, that's when the grant would be paid back to them. So it's actually self-funding based on the extra funds that come in for that development. So if in the case of a brand new, in the new stream, that would be in the first year in this one here, they would pay 100% of their taxes, and they would get 100% back of those taxes from what they paid us on it. And the basis and then of course, if it's a new or instead of a new, like a growth component of that business, and we're a retention side of grant side of that stream. It would be the change in taxes assessment and then being calculated along that amount. So they pay their full taxes and they get the portion that's the new assessment related taxes would be part of the grant that would go back to them. But it's really a grant that comes after they've paid their taxes in full on it. And so it's self-funding, I guess is a very long way of saying it there.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess following up on that, have we consulted with the partners that we initially talked to on this? And do we see their changes or their feedback presented here? Have they given us their input on whether they believe this will work or not?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. To be fair, I wouldn't want to put our partners on the spot and speak for them, but what I would say is that the priority sectors that we've discussed with them at a high level, again, we couldn't share that specific policy with them at the time, but the sectors that we shared with them, there was strong alignment with the work that they're already doing, the work that Invest Alberta is already doing, the work that Invest Canada is already doing, the Green Prairies economy, which is the federal government's framework for investment in the prairie region of Canada. There is strong alignment across all of those areas, and so our partners encouraged us to make sure that that alignment exists and continues, and that we also focus on things like business retention and expansion, and not just on attracting new investment.
Okay. Where in this policy does it specifically speak to business attraction and retention? Certainly it does in the title, but does it anywhere else?
You'll see in the policy that there's two streams. There's a new business development stream, which is focused on attracting a new operational presence in the city, and the second stream is existing business expansion and retention. So that's targeting businesses which already have a footprint, which are already contributing positively to the community, and incentivizing their growth and expansion to keep those jobs local, to add new jobs, expand operations. So in those two streams, you'll see the distinction between the supporting growth and supporting new.
Okay. One other question before I step out here. How does what we see here respond to site selection issues on how and why we've lost out on investors in the past?
So site selection is complex, and we know from some of the data that EDL shared with us that there are many, many factors that go into site selection-based decisions. Some of them are out of our municipal control, like access to skilled labor, and some of them are a bit more in our control, like access to service land, zone land, ready infrastructure capacity, the regulatory processes. So investment incentives are one piece of the pie, in addition to many, many other factors that contribute to those site-based decisions.
Okay, I'll step out for now.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How did we come up with the 5 either new jobs or net new jobs number? Is that sort of a best practice, or is it just something we said, we'll try this for now and see how she goes?
The 5 net new is in part based on a scan of other municipalities doing similar work. Every municipality is going to have a different context, so I would say that's the benefit of treating this like a pilot and treating it like monitoring and evaluation, that we try this and we continue those conversations with the industry and business sector and make sure it continues to meet their needs.
Thank you for that. And further to that, how do you monitor or confirm and verify that we're achieving these? And are these full-time? It doesn't say. It could be a part-time, it could be a casual. I'm just wondering if that is something that should be added. Should it be full-time? Or is 5 casual caretakers going to qualify? I'd like to see it full-time, but that's just me. Is that too much? It was in there? Maybe I just read it wrongly, poorly.
I think it's a fair question, Councillor. I'm just quickly scanning. I don't have a quick answer for you on that.
While you're scanning, I have the other question is, and how do you verify? Is it just on trust, or is there a method? I don't know how you would get that information except on a trust basis, and I could lie.
Yeah, so those will be some of the pieces here on the reporting back that has to come in this policy to take a look at what specifically they need to be able to demonstrate that on it. And I don't think we have that exactly in the policy right now, what that reporting component will look like, but they will have to report on their staffing levels on it. And of course, also if they don't maintain those staffing levels, which I believe is still inside of here on this one here, but we'll take a look along here and get back to you on that unless they've sought.
I would say the policy needs a definition of jobs, and that it needs to be specific that it's full-time equivalent jobs.
I would agree. So yes, if we could maybe add what a new or continued job is, a FTE, or yeah.
I was just going to say that it's on that. We had all that and all our back and forth and discussions, but somewhere in the process, something must have got lost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So how does this policy address what is working and what is not working within the existing programs and incentives? And will we be getting feedback from our partner organizations on that before this comes to council?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, in that regard. So a couple things on the engagement front. Now that this is in the public realm, I think as Mr. Stein noted, one piece is we'll have a communication piece that out there. The other piece is we can go back and actually get some engagement and at least take a look from the point of view of providing it to them, get feedback and so forth prior to it coming to council. I mean, it's not a whole lot of time in between the two, but we would be able to bring that forward and see, and at that time ask any questions and so forth, or provide that information for any questions that come forward from council.
And particularly, this is one of the sales tools, for lack of a better term, that they use to sell investment, business expansion, and retention in our community. We want to make sure that we are giving them the opportunity to succeed in selling our city. Next question I have, we're looking at growth and expansion. Do we have the infrastructure to support that?
I can probably try to give a take. It depends on where this is going to happen. We are doing currently work on the UIMP, which is the Underground Infrastructure Master Plan, that is going to inform this decision. If it's in areas where we already have services, then absolutely, they are already accounted as part of the outline plans. There might be areas where we will need to do an investment in order to activate these opportunities, but there is no doubt that we currently have service land, and that's where we're going to try to put the focus and see what we can, or how we can use what we already have in place.
Okay,
Thank you very much. And then one last question. While we're looking at certainly expanding employment opportunities here in the city, where will the labor come from?
Sure. Thanks for the question. When we had a meeting with our community partners last week in our focus group, we had representation from Lethbridge Polytech and the University of Lethbridge, as well as other sector organizations, and there was a good discussion around roles and responsibilities, and from that discussion, it felt pretty comfortable that the role of workforce development is one that's a shared one between industry and the post-secondaries. So having them at the table and being fully aware of these incentive programs and other programs is useful because it helps them understand what the signals are in the market. So it's kind of an ongoing iterative relationship-based thing where we all have some skin in the game, but not necessarily workforce development, not necessarily owned by the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
And can I add to that, just to make sure, I know that if someone has come to town, it's something in their due diligence probably to find. I mean, don't get me wrong, we want to make sure that that skilled labor is here, but of course, I don't think that's our responsibility as much as it's in the work that the organization that wants to expand, or that's a step they would do, I'm sure, within. Is that what you heard at your focus group?
So access to skilled labor or the right workforce mix, whatever the industry is, that's the number one criteria for investment attraction. That's the one top thing that any investor is looking for from a local economy. So a role that we may play with our partners is actually communicating what we have. And not very many communities our size have 3 post-secondary institutions operating locally. So that's maybe the communications and marketing piece that we work with our partners on, as opposed to maybe owning the workforce outcomes.
And thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Stein, because you had said there's multiple things that, I mean, all of a sudden we have this incentive package. It's not like there's going to be a lineup outside and down the street, because there's so many factors that would be there. Is the land there? Is it in the area that we've heard that is serviced? But if the land is not serviced, that would probably be the first step before the incentive would come in anyways. You would need to find where they're going to go, so we can at least be ready for that growth and prepared for that growth in the areas that are there. So thank you very much. I appreciate this. It's something that's been, coming for some time, and I understand that there's a lot of factors. I didn't realize it is as complex as it is, and so to administration, thank you. I know there's going to be more coming, but this is a great start. And isn't that fair to say? Sorry, I'm not in debate yet. Yes, thank you. All right, I see no further questions in the queue, so I have a resolution from Councillor Crowson, Business Development Expansion and Retention Incentive Program. Be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council adopt the Business Development Expansion Retention Incentive Program policy as provided in Attachment 1, and number 2, direct administration to return to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee within 18 months of the implementation of this program, with any results and potential recommendations for their consideration. Councillor Crowson.
I have an amendment. I'm not sure how fast, but I would like to add a definition of jobs, meaning full-time or full-time equivalent. Yes, but if we could add, maybe change 1 to 2 and 2 to 3 and add 1, amend the policy by adding a definition of jobs to mean full-time or full-time equivalents. Because I don't want them to be hiring 5 people for an hour a week and getting the incentive. Because that's what I would do.
Yeah, and thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carlson, on that. I agree. I think, as we mentioned here, that we were looking for it, because I think it wasn't there in one part of the draft, and now it's not. So I think it may only make sense to put that back in. That is the intention and so forth that we were talking about.
All right. So as amended, Councillor Crowson. Okay, so let's continue. We do see what we have up on the screen.
So this is an amendment by
This
Councillor Carl.
is the amendment, and it was friendly.
I'll make a motion. Oh, so friendly.
So friendly. All right. And to vote on the addition, the business development expansion retention incentive policy program policy to include a definition of job as full-time equivalent. So on that, let's make a vote on that. And I don't think there's any, all in favor? And that does pass. Okay, as the whole now, with it as amended, you see it up on the screen, read it once, and obviously the amendment I've read, is everyone fine with that? All right, any debate, open debate, Councillor Crowson?
I don't think there's much debate. It has both retention and expansion. It has opportunities for businesses to look into the incentive program, and we will review it in 18 months to make sure it is succeeding and doing what we need it to do. And I hope my colleagues will agree to recommend it on to council.
Thank you. I think that question has been, oh, sorry, John, go ahead.
Just a comment to the city clerk, will this come forward in the consent agenda?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Unless I pull it then. Okay, thank you.
All right, question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the in-camera. So from Councillor Carlson, future investment incentive programs for discussion. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee proceed with a closed council workshop regarding future investment incentives programs, and further be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting documents discussion report with respect to the future investment incentive programs remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic interests of a third party of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Carlson.
Mr. Mayor, I trust it'll be a good workshop. I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Move to, from Acting Mayor Palladino, Lethbridge Air Service discussion. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the Lethbridge Air Service discussion presentation for information, and further be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting documents and discussions with respect to the Lethbridge Air Service discussion remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic interests of a third party of the Freedom of Information Protection Privacy Act. Acting Mayor Palladino. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And from Councillor Campbell, update on mechanism for improving how the city does fee-for-service agreements, EDL, FFS, CBA review. So be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer item 7.3, update on mechanism for improving how the city does fee-for-service agreements to the June 12th, 2025 Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. Further be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee proceed with a workshop for the members of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee regarding the economic services provided to the city. And further be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee release the attachments for item 7.3, update on mechanism for improving how the city does fee-for-service agreements to the public record through the open agenda for the May 8th, 2025 meeting. There is a lot of finance standing in there. All right, Councillor Campbell. Question's been called. All in favor?
Can I just ask a process question? We have 2 workshops to be scheduled. How will they be scheduled?
All right, before that, so how will the workshops be scheduled? Just not yet. We're asking a process question. So, Mr. Matthews, we have a workshop that we've already discussed, and then we have another workshop that I'm wondering, did we have 2 workshops? Did I miss something?
Nope, it is definitely 2 different workshops. One is actually on part of the fee-for-service reviews. We'll actually have a consultant there asking some questions and so forth on in this case, EDL with council. So that's a separate workshop component that they will spend some time with council.
Do we need to put dates in here by? So we've got down.
Yeah, I think we just have to figure that.
We're going to council. I guess it can be brought up at council at that time. All right.
Yeah.
Oh.
It should be a closed workshop in this one.
All right, should that be there, or is that something we can bring forward at council? We'll add it now? All right, it's added. As amended. So I know that we've already voted on this, but Councillor Campbell, can we put this to vote again with that friend? As amended. All in favor? Those opposed? All right. And with that, I think we are adjourned. Thank you.